Okay, here we are, fam. Welcome all to Saturday in Space. Okay, everything looks good over there. Back on the main screen here. What do we got going on right now? We had a few things that we were doing. Let's go check in with the tracking station, see what's going on there. Some trash to clean up. Okay, whole bunch of relays. We got any spaceships flying around? It's been a week, so I'm trying to remember what it was we were up to. Let's go ahead and check out here at the Amman International Space Station. See what's going on with these fine folks. Alright, look at that. Space station, we got a couple of spacecraft docked. We got the lander, we got the Puddle Jumper 1, it appears, given the blue lighting that's on board there. Love that. I can now tell quickly, at a glance, which puddle jumper I'm looking at. Fantastic, I tell ya. Okay, placing satellites in specific orbits. The contract for rich Kerbals. I'm sure we have a couple of them. So this one, yes, Carlson and Gregwell are those guys here. There's, yep, Carlson and Gregwell. Let's look at other contracts for rich Kerbals flying about. These guys, fly over the moon, orbit the moon, yes, and then also we gotta fly by Minmus now with some of these. Did everybody land? Did we do the mission yet where they landed and returned? I feel like we did. Nope, because otherwise that would be checkmarked. Land on the Mun. Let's see who's on board here. Okay, so we've confirmed Verpont. Who's the other one? Zeldus and Moald. There's Moald, okay. And Zeldus should be the pilot. Confirmed, Zeldus is the pilot. And that is it as far as Rich Kerbals landing on the Mun this time around. Yeah. Okay, looks good. Let's do our pre-landing checks. Primary fuel tank, well, the only fuel tank, that's full. Monopropellant is full. Battery charge looks good. Solar panels are deployed. All lights are enabled. Long-range antenna is deployed. Pilot and crew on board the command module. So, yeah, let's go ahead and undock. Stabilization. RCS is on. Let's pull away from the space station. And go ahead and get ourselves translated off position from the space station. That way when we decide to burn retrograde, we don't run into the space station, right? Okay, RCS disabled. Let's go ahead and turn retrograde. I'm sure that's going to be adjusted in the future, depending on where we set up our maneuver node for descent. Okay, we want to look at the Mun, and we want a slight bit of a shadow for our descent, so let's set up our maneuver node here. The reason for the shadow is it helps with seeing where we're landing. Having some form of, distinctive landscape markers, landscape features, we need to be able to see those. And gonna slide this over here. I'm gonna set up a 2-stage landing sequence for this. Let's do 200 meters per second for our initial deorbit burn, and then further down we're going to add another maneuver to steepen that descent, make it a little bit more vertical. Is that going to be... that might be a little too dark. Let's move our initial window over. Secondary window. Yeah. That's probably pretty good there. And then we'll see how it is in 2 hours. Depending on the orbit of the Mun and the rotation of the Mun, that can also affect our future landing site as far as lighting conditions, which is kind of important. Let's go ahead and do the time warp to the apogee of this orbit. See how things look. Looking pretty good. We can land in the big giant crater here. I don't recall which one this is specifically, but yeah, we can certainly do that. All right, orbit, next maneuver. Let's do the time warp again. Electrics looks good. Mystery goo observations on the Mun surface, reporting in via the science station down there. Okay. Let's check in with the lander. Let's set the thrust limiter to 100%, activate the engine. Okay, deorbit burn in T-minus 1 minute. That's why it's on there. It's actually a command. You can hit exclamation point time warp. Bam! Okay, T-minus 30 seconds to deorbit burn. Just for fun, I added a couple more in there, including my name, Brad. Some people were like, why can't we do that command? I'm like, well, let me do that for you. It's all fun to play around with on the stream. You know, welcome back. How's your week been? Mine has been rough. So I'm glad to be streaming. I'm glad to be sending Kerbals into space and landing them on the Mun. Not dealing with real life for once. We'll just deal with some, you know, hyper-realistic physics in a video game. Much preferred over actual real-life business dealings, at least at this point. Once we get this problem cleared up, things will be fine, but until then, I'm still rather anxious about getting things worked out. We were supposed to burn retrograde. I was talking. That happens. So that's going to affect our secondary window, not by much. And this is a reliable lander system. We've used it dozens of times in the past. T-minus 20 seconds on maneuver. In fact, we actually have a landing protocol. And it is written down to use because we use it so often. Okay, 3, 2, 1, engine shutdown. Okay, now we do not want to land in a little crater there. I am wondering how much the Mun will turn underneath us as we descend. So let's fast forward a bit and find out. Looks fantastic. Okay, that is quite within our timeline. The Mun will orbit some more, will rotate some more underneath us. We're going to land in a nice, flat, smooth spot here, it looks like. I do want to adjust marginally on the anti-normal so we can miss the little crater that's there. That should be fine. Just a slight 1 or 2 degree adjustment on the retrograde burn from that. Oh, hey, thanks, Nightbot. Yeah, let's quick save. That's always smart, isn't it? Okay. We have our second retrograde burn, T-minus 12 seconds. Three, two, one, ignition. I don't know that if I accepted that contract or not. I'm going to have to look again in a bit to see if I did or not. Okay, engine shutdown. No. We're going to call that good. Let's cycle the lights, make sure that they are in fact on and off. Okay, lights are on, solar panels look good. Let's set up a rotation here on the lander so that I know which way is up. Gives me a better sense of what's going on there. So those are just contracts to place specific satellites in orbit. Oh, observational surveys, okay. Those are crew reports about space flight above those areas. Does that correspond with any of those? Victor Charlie, Bravo Juliet Lima. Yep, it does. So at some point I should do this contract. I mean, it would only make sense, right? Okay, 2,127 meters per second of delta V remaining on this vehicle. Current altitude 170,000 meters, 202 meters per second, and climbing. Let's skip on down a little bit lower here. And then let's do a quick review of our notes. At 30,000 meters, we want to be 380 meters per second, 22 kilometers, 300 meters per second. First target is 40,000 meters, 40 kilometers at 400 meters per second. So we can throttle accordingly to meet those numbers. That is the beginning of our descent. Routine, and that just helps give us a sense of whether or not we are on target with our altitudes and velocities. For a safe landing, alright, let's drop this down a little bit further. Okay, we're going to be coming in a little hot for our target altitude and speed, so I'm going to fire up the engine a bit. Currently at 30%, reducing our velocity, 59,000 meters and falling. Need a little more hot water here. I'm going to reduce the engine to about 20%. Increasing the throttle marginally. To make our target altitude and speed. Okay. Next target is 35,000. I'm gonna grab some more water here. Microphone was muted. Apologies. Okay, next target, 22,000 meters at 300 meters per second. We're pretty much on target for velocities. 19.5, we want to be at 260. $19.5, we were at 266, that's fine. Next target is 15,000 at 195 meters per second. Let's check in with the tracking station. Yep, looks like a nice flat area for our landing. 15,000 at 195 meters per second. Looks good. 13,000 at 150 meters per second. Next target. 13,000, 152 meters per second. We're pretty much there. 11,000 meters at 100 meters per second is the final target. From there, we have margin of error to work with on our way down. Okay, there we go. At this point, I'm going to thrust limit to 50% and bring up the engine. Let's switch to radar altimeter, excuse me. Put the 50% engine at 100% at full throttle. 4,500 meters and falling. Let's go ahead and cycle the landing gear. 3,600 meters. 1,500 meters per second of delta V remaining on the lander. 2,500 meters, 100 meters per second. For those of you who want to know, current thrust to weight ratio is 1.58. 1,000 meters, 89 meters per second. Throttling up to 85%. 100%. Oh, no! I totally screwed that up. They landed safely. Priscilla'd? What? Why have I been Priscilla'd? Well, no dead Kerbals. But now we have to rescue them. The Kraken! Explosions while landing on the moon. On the moon, yes. Well, I was a bit liberal with the landing there. We landed a little fast. Dang it. Moald has, well, Zeldus only has a little bit of experience there. Alright, Zeldus, you're gonna go out, you're gonna do some stuff for us. We're gonna have to send up a rescue crew, by the way. Plant flag. Tourist, crash landing. Destroyed. Engine attempting to land. Crew safe. Send rescue. Take a surface sample. EVA report. You know, all the things. This is what it looks like when you survive a crash landing on the moon. You're kind of happy, but you're also kind of not. Well, guess who's camping on the moon now? We're gonna have to send another lander. And there's enough space on a normal lander to rescue all of these folks. We only need one pilot to come back and get them. So, with that in mind, let's see. We have stranded some Kerbals. How many pilots do we have? Not this screen. This one, maybe? Astronaut Complex. Wilger will be our rescue pilot, it looks like. Sending Wilger up on another Mun lander. Mun tourist lander. Oh yeah, we don't have a rocket associated with this, do we? Also, we can add a ladder this time. Will that be long enough to reach the ground? Doesn't quite look like it, does it? That should do it. The light is in the way. Oh, I just realized something. Those tourist Kerbals can't get out of the spacecraft. Yeah, Nightbot, I better sit down for this one. Okay. Let's think this through. Grabber? Yeah, the only one who can do an extravehicular activity is the pilot, is actual Kerbal astronauts. Tourists are not allowed to leave the spacecraft. And neither are terrorists. I noticed that captions changed as soon as I looked over there. So here's what I'm thinking. We go all out. We do something crazy. First of all, we need to launch this lander. Second of all, in emergency, they let them. So here's the thing. You can transfer the rich Kerbals between modules, between different spacecraft, as long as it's docked to the spacecraft, right? That's the key component right there. Let's save this. So, here's what I'm thinking. We're going to send another lander because that one's broken. We broke the engine. We need a new one. But we're also going to send a rescue vehicle, a rescue rover. Yes, a rescue rover that will put them onto... Oh, I have plans. Okay. We're gonna get creative, y'all. Okay, so this is what we have. It's sitting on the ground. We're going to need something to dock with that in order to transfer Kerbals over to the rescue lander. So if we make a rescue rover, we could probably do it robotically, right? We just need to transfer the 3 Kerbals over to the other lander. So it becomes a matter of our little robot needs to be advanced enough to handle all this craziness. Okay, you have reaction wheels, you have stability assistant, prograde, retrograde, hold, fantastic. So we're going to use this guy. Yeah, we're going to use this guy. Man, we don't have a lot to work with here, do we? We do have some robotic parts, so that's what I'm counting on here. Dun dun dun. Hitchhiker storage container. I need to move this up in order to be able to look underneath it and do things in the construction. So, coupling, structural. Ooh, that's fancy. Not what we wanted. This should work, right? I just thought of something. How... Doesn't need to be that big, does it? I can make it like that. And then... Just needs to be a little rover that drives around rescuing stranded Kerbals. Okay, we're gonna need headlights. Because, you know, when you're driving around looking for everybody. Where's my wheels? Okay, now... Here's the thing. All of this has to... fly. How do we want to do this? How much does this thing weigh so far? 4 tons. Not a lot. Solar panels keep us going. Antenna keeps us in communication. And we only need one. So the question here is, for our descent, which fuel tank should we use? It's an 8.66 ton vehicle. Our engine options. What is this for? 2 kilonewtons? 16 kilonewtons. 4 of those bad boys. 1590 meters per second. Let's check that at the MUN. 1677. Here's the thing, I plan on using the new lander to get this part of the way there, so we don't have to do the entire maneuver with these engines in this fuel tank. We can do a majority of it, and then the rest will be reserved for landing. And, okay, now we have to figure out the whole docking thing. Rescue rover. Let's see if this thing drives around first. Start doing some preliminary testing of the vehicle. Totally unplanned and unscheduled, but here it is. We gotta rescue people. Headlights on. Turn. Oh yes, the 4-wheel steering, that's right. We gotta remember about that. Also, we have a very small limited electrical charge on here, so we're gonna have to do something about that. Because if we land in the dark, this thing's not driving very far before it runs out of battery. It's already running out here on the surface. The wheels are off the ground too much, they can't get enough friction to stop with the brakes, burning our engines like that. But hey, the engines work. That's fantastic. Wait, why is the light doing that thing? It's a very strange effect. In any event, yeah, it appears to work fine. We've got 4-wheel steering. We will probably want to adjust whether or not we turn that on and off with an action group. Okay. Let's do it on group 2. Toggle steering. Toggle steering. Alright, and then group 1, we're going to toggle solar panels and the antenna. Lights are already handled. Okay. Up next, we are going to do something extra. Something fancy. Something that I have no clue if it's even going to work, but we're going to try it anyway. Rotation servo? Okay, if you were going to create an arm, also, we did say something about batteries, so we should probably do something about that now. Okay, so the arm needs to rotate. It needs to be able to move left and right, and then, you know. It doesn't want to attach. G11 hinge versus a G00 hinge. It doesn't need to be that big, does it? Oops. Thinking just a little arm that extends out with a docking port. How do I, oh. Yes. Target angle, traverse rate. It does not seem to be turning, however. Okay, so that's one extension of the arm. We need another hinge. And then another arm. We should probably put the Cal 1000 controller on here somewhere. Yes, just in case. Rotation servo, rotation servo. Drains evenly across vessel per priority. Gray, gray with stripes. 100 funds with no motor, 250 funds with maximum size motor. Wait, it doesn't come with a motor installed? Motorized, yes. Okay. Allow full rotation, non-symmetry, this part only. Damping. Okay, how do I use it now though? How do I... Open editor. I have no idea what I'm doing here. And learning how to discover how to do this at the moment is a bit, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know if that's the correct servo. Maybe I should be using one of these. Oh, that's a little bitty servo, isn't it? Will it turn? It will turn. Fantastic. That's exactly what I want. And then that way, we turn this over here and this over here. And then this turns. Do-do-do. Saw the interface, said, what the hell am I doing? And then took the part back off. That's kind of where I'm at right now. Yeah. Anyhow, this is what we've gotten so far. This should be able, we can extend it if we need to, and then we'll bring this down. And then this will extend if we need it to, like as far as it takes to get where we need it to go. How is this one? This one is fully extended. I wonder if that will be enough. Let's put another hinge on the end here. And then this needs to be able to do. I don't know if that will be enough. We might need a larger arm. There's only one way to find out, right? So we set this on the ground. Like over here. And then the vehicle we're trying to rescue from is here. Will that be enough? If we need to attempt to reach. It looks like negative. We will not have quite enough. So we need like one more arm. Even if we do get close enough, if we drive close enough to the vehicle, drive up right to the edge of it, it's still not quite going to be able to get the angle for the docking port. Oh, but you know what we could do? It's almost the right height. It's so close in terms of height. Where's my structural? Is this fully extended? It is. We just need to be able to extend a little bit further. So if we put two pistons together, right? So let's reset this to 0. Snap that there. Robotics is what I'm looking for. So another. Right. How come this? Oh. Actually, probably need another hinge just in case. Well, hello upstairs. Okay, we extend that. Yep, see, we need to do this. All right. Okay, that should be plenty to stick in there. But we probably ought to do... So we're going to want to extend this a little bit, that way... when it sits down onto we can dock it like that, right? In theory. I know, right? Good day. And then once the dock's on there, we should be able to transfer everybody to the crew cabin, right? In theory? And then we'll just drive this robot over to the other lander, load them up basically the same way, and then take off, and the rescue will be complete. Yeah. I don't know how we're going to magically suck Kerbals through this hydraulic arm and all of this, but hey. That's, you know, the magic of Kerbals. We do need to check and see if it works, though. Love the load through an arm, skinny Kerbals, right? It's just gonna, like, vacuum, suck them up and right into, from one chamber into the other. Soylent Green is Kerbals. Okay, so let's reset this. Reset this. Reset this. This. Now here's the thing, when we launch, we need to keep everything in line. Pretty much keep it all, you know, inside the nose cone, inside the vehicle. For landing, it is going to be offset a little bit by weight there because of that. I don't know what I'm going to do with this CAL device. However, the batteries I do want to set up now with the weight consideration in mind. Let's distribute the battery weight over on this side. So there's that. That concept for the rescue rover. How many crew members do we have currently? Bill, Bob, Wilger. Guess what? Here's what we're gonna do. Kind of like what we did when we were building the outpost in our last career. We're going to test it. We're going to make sure everything drives, make sure everything connects, and, you know, matches up. Okay, you're there. Let's go to the Space Center. Let's go to the spaceplane hangar. Load. Where's the rescue rover? Alphabetically, it's down here, isn't it? Rescue rover. Why does it say available crew is 0? There should be somebody I can put on there. I mean, yes, granted it's a robotic mission, but I can't put somebody in the hitchhiker storage container? Oh well. Okay. Load it up. Rescue rover. Oh bam. Oh my. Okay, lights, solar panels, and antenna. How does electric charge look? 1400. Okay, that's good. Oh my. Well, that works. It's a little flimsy in this gravity, right? But there it is. No generators on these engines. That's too bad. Oh, that was the other thing I was supposed to check. Let's turn on the brakes for a second. We do not want to do this as a fast maneuver because keyboard. Okay, so let's turn off four-wheel steering. Okay, there we go. Four-wheel steering is off in case we need to maneuver. We don't want to be herky-jerky all over the place. Oops. It's kind of like a funny looking anglerfish with the doodad hanging out. R2D904. Something like that, yeah. So we're testing out the rescue rover. We're going to head over to the landing pad and see if we can in fact attach to the docking port, transfer the crew member. If successful, we got to head back to the moon and go rescue a bunch of rich Kerbals and our pilot, because we broke the engine on one of our landers. Which means we also have to send up another lander, which we'll do concurrently with this. So the test lander for this preliminary experiment is currently on the launch pad. This rescue rover is a robotic device. Antennas deployed. Here's the robot in question. And turn off the lights, save some power since we're doing this at night. Obviously, if we're doing it on the Mun at night, we're going to have craters and stuff to deal with. Probably going to have a bit of a drive ahead of us. I don't know. Hopefully we can prep this for landing. And bring it down relatively close to the target lander. I wonder if I should widen that base at all. Just to provide, you know, better stability for our vehicle. Gravity is going to be lower on the Mun. Granted, all our weight is still at the bottom, given how much fuel is in here, but still. I wonder how much electrical power all the servos and hydraulics are going to require. I guess we'll see. Yes? On our way to the test lander. Hopefully we can make it up this hill. It's going to be another test because we're going to have to deal with craters and stuff on the Mun. How However, gravity's lower, so that shouldn't be nearly as bad. Oopsie, that didn't quite work out, did it? I have the brakes on. I'm trying to stop. Maybe if we go up the hill this time, I can fire the thrusters and lighten the load and keep our momentum going forward. Or not. Okay. Let's roll backwards for a little ways. Let's get a big run at this hill. It would be nice if there was regenerative braking. Okay, here we go. Here's the run-up. We don't have much electricity left, by the way. And it looks like our top speed was 7 meters per second, so if I can get that by the time we're at the bottom of the hill... Now the thing is, the first time I wasn't throttle, I wasn't pushing forward, so we were losing momentum much more quickly than expected. This time I'm holding the forward button down. Nope, we're too heavy. We can't get up the flippin' hill. Maybe if we burn off some fuel and lighten the load. Oh, hey, the rockets are backwards. And we can go much faster using the rockets. Ha! Well then, instead of using the electrical engines, I used rocket... Oh! Oops. Hey, you guys. Wait, I didn't want to click on that button. I was trying to do something else. Well, we were going too fast, broke the wheel. Also because we're testing, and I want to make it easy on myself, we're going to do this during daytime. It's not like they're going anywhere, they're sitting on the mun. Alright, empty the gas tank. Wait. I thought I launched that. Did I not? Okay. Oh! Wow, Kraken. Seriously? Did you just knock over my lander? Can we push ourselves back up? Maybe not. Maybe we can. Ha ha! Suckers! That was kind of the most amazing thing I've seen with robotics so far, of my own design and making. What? That was hilarious. It doesn't seem to want to drive now. Like if I push forward, it won't go. Brakes on. Yeah, it won't drive. Like the wheels are turning, but it won't go forward. Like if I push forward, see it turns on. Brakes at 100? What does that mean? Okay, brakes. We're at real time, trying to go forward. So if it gets knocked over, like it won't drive. What's up with that? I mean, we were able to pick ourselves back up and, you know, right ourselves. Lame. I don't see why there's no reason why we couldn't keep driving. Picked ourselves up. Oh look, we're going like 8 meters per second. So it is possible to get more speed out of these little bitty wheels. Question is if they can survive that ramp to get up there where the lander is. I was just trying to use the time warp so that, you know, we could get there a little more faster in real time than what it actually takes. You know what I mean, Vern? And this whole steering thing, digital steering, it's kind of wonky. It's a little scary. Short bursts of triple time, maybe. No, I don't have any larger wheels. I don't have the technology yet for that. I wish I did. That would certainly help, you know? Okay, so on this grass, I'm having a hard time getting up over 8 meters per second, but it looks like we can. I'm having to hold down the accelerator for the entire time. I don't know what the braking threshold of these wheels is for when we get to that ramp. I know that when we were attempting the rocket boost, we were going 10 or 12 meters per second, so that was probably... Get it. There we are. Brakes. Okay. I guess just because... Oh! The solar panels, don't break. And the antenna placement. I should move that antenna on the redesign. I should redesign that and move the antenna back. Testing some heavy wheels set on the Mun. Never actually ran the test until much later. Just used them for a few months. Oh, nice. Yeah, if that was an option, that would be pretty handy, wouldn't it? Okay, so let's say this is it. We get there. We are going to do the thing. Extend. Let's rotate this all the way around. I guess we kind of need to tilt it backwards a little bit so we don't... Yikes! Let's reduce the traverse rate so it doesn't go 100 miles an hour as it extends. Oops, wrong way, I guess. We set that as target. Is this, that's all the way extended. Oh! It docked! Yes! Wait, Bill and Bob? Are they all on board here? What? Why are we bouncing, y'all? Everybody is on board this command module. That's why there was nobody to put in the hitchhiker. Alright. Transfer crew. it looks like it's working. Are you kidding me? Did it actually? It's a bumpin' party, I'll tell you what. They transferred over. Look at that, they're in the hitchhiker storage container. It works. The vacuum cleaner of hydraulic arms actually works. It sucked them right through the hydraulic. And then we can retract everything. Oops. Oh yeah, that's how it originally was oriented, wasn't it? Not that far. Oops. If the rocket is knocking and the bouncing stuff. Wow. Okay, so brakes off. Drive. I mean, well, okay, brakes on. I mean, yeah, look, they're in here. So, yeah, absolutely. Test complete. Rescue vehicle, rescue rover is a success. The robotic arm will be deployed. Not driving up the side of launch pad. Blow up. I can't do that. Fly it. There's nobody on board. Okay, so one thing we did note, we need to move that antenna to the back side so that when we drive up to the tourist moonlander, we have we don't have to worry about retracting the antenna and having it poking out of, you know, the front of our rover. Oh, seriously? Did you just... Toggle antenna. I just wanted to click on it and verify that that was indeed the action. Oh, I need to click on this one. Duh. Okay. Extend solar panel, retract solar panel. Toggle solar panel. Good. Okay, so action groups look good there. Lights are good. We got engines. We got little bitty wheels. We got lights. We got this doodad. I don't think we need this anymore because it really doesn't. I mean, we just did everything, we just adjusted everything manually here. And that's pretty much it. Now the question is, how do we load and prep this for launch? Did I save that? I hope I did. I did that time. Alright, so batteries are on this side just for a mass balance. Speaking of, let's look at center of mass overlay. Yeah, that looks good. And then for landing, yeah, it's all centered vertically this way, Most of it is down low because of the fuel. Oh yeah, let's make sure there is fuel in the tank for when we actually do launch this, and then recover and land and do all the things. Okay. Center of thrust looks good. Okay, so here's the thing. We gotta launch this. No, we don't gotta. Brain. Like, I mean, we gotta launch it, but we gotta send other stuff up with it. There are other things that we have to do on this mission. Okay, so we're sending this up with the... Let's bring up the Mun lander. We added this... Oh, it didn't save it with the lights in the new position. What was I thinking? Apparently I wasn't. Save. We got the ladder. That should reach the ground. Let's extend the landing gear and just kind of get a sense of... Yeah, that's close. Looks good. Okay, so this... we are going to launch to the Mun. Thinking, how do we attach... Rescue rover. Wait! Oh, I didn't hit merge. Of course. Let's do this. Let's see if we can save it as a sub-assembly, though. Yes? No? Apparently not. Okay. Lights are in the right spot, everything looks good there. Decoupler. This time, I need to remember to merge the rescue rover. And then, structural, we're going to attach some longerons for stability during launch and transit. Why you no stick to my rocket? My spaceship. Only 2 of them? 3. There we go. is weird, why it wouldn't attach all 4 of them. Okay, then we need another decoupler. We gotta push all of this to the mun. Another decoupler. Where is, I guess it's under payload? .5 meter. No? 2.5 meter? Well then. Do I really need to stick it there? I guess this is where it's going. Well, ain't that creative. Look at that. I do want to keep the weight down. Is that enough to encompass all the wheels, all the strange bulkiness? It looks like it. Okay, how much does this weigh? Can we use the heavy lift or do we need to use the super? 47 tons, we can use the heavy lift. Okay, we've got rocket clearance, boosters, fuel tanks, payload. Whew. Okay, this is going to be moon tourist rescue. Save that for now. Let's go ahead and check in with our staging. Boosters, gantries. No, that's main engine. Gantries, boosters. Okay, SRB separation, separatrons, MECO. The next stage fires here. What engine is that? Big engine. That boosts us the rest of, that's the upper stage. This is going to be the main, this is going to be the drive engine that gets us to the MUN. So that tank, yeah, needs to be fairly sizable. That's also... Okay, so that's booster engine. Stage separation. This is going to be the drive engine. The fairing probably will come off before that. Stage separation and fairing. That's the drive engine to get us to the MUN. Separator, separator, engines for landing. engine for the lander. Stooped over looking for bugs. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. This needs to come down. So once we get to the Mun, and in theory to the space station. So this is the main drive that gets us to the Mun. This fairing probably deploys somewhere around here. We'll figure that out when we get up there. This is the stage separation where? That engine, and then that's, okay, that separates that engine. This fires the next engine. That's fantastic. That gets us to the Mun. And then this one is for the lander in case we need to boost or whatever. Any extra maneuvering, getting to the Mun, perigee, burn, getting to the space station. Because at least once we get to the space station, there's extra fuel. We can always top off this tank or whatever, right? Although that does require... Oh, we have a robotic arm with a docking port on it. That's right, we don't necessarily have to separate that. But the plan is... Okay, so once this is flying to the Mun, that's going to be either under this engine... Also, welcome, Linux Guru Gamer. How you doing, buddy? Okay, so these two engines are fine. The separator... Where is this one? That's that one up there. Oh yeah, we definitely want this somewhere along the lines of when that engine fires. Squashed a bug! Okay, so there's that engine, there's that separation. Here's the thing, if that engine fires, this needs to separate as well. Okay. Now in theory... Yeah, we can always manually do stuff. Okay. So that stage separation and that engine fire, same time. Here we've got the landing engines for the rescue rover. Where's this? The Sepratron is... Oh yeah, that's right. So we'll use this lander to get everybody into low orbit. Then we'll separate and we'll send down the rescue rover. Rescue rover drives over to the stranded rich Kerbals, collects them and their pilot. Then we bring down the new lander as close as possible. If necessary, we drive all the rescued Kerbals in this vehicle over to this new lander. Everybody takes off, goes on their merry, leaving behind the rescue rover, which is a robotic vehicle. So, yes, it'll become a future relay outpost because it has a nice antenna and batteries and solar panels. Yes. Which actually means we should probably reverse these. Right? Yeah. Alright, let's save that configuration one last time. Okay. Main engine start, gantry release, SRBs ignition. Up next, SRB separation and separatrons to ensure a good clean separation. This is Miko. The next, this is the booster stage. I might want to... It's only 47 tons. Total payload, total mass right now is 185. Do I want to change out that fuel tank? ...284 meters per second of delta V. basically doubles it to 706. Err on the side of caution. Good grief, that is massive. Really? Is that what I want to be doing? It's a super long rocket with a huge wide payload on top of it. I mean, it is Kerbal, right? God, what are we up to now? 200 tons? 194. Done bigger. So I have a super heavy lift, which has 3 SRBs. It's not so much a matter of the mass, it's a matter of it's a long, thin, you know, what if it starts spinning? You mean tumbling end over end? Yeah, I just don't tilt too much. Yeah. I guess we'll do this, we'll attempt it with a mostly vertical, you know, takeoff. Unlike our normal takeoff where we're, you know, pushing over into the gravity turn pretty early. We'll keep this one mostly vertical. That didn't change any of my staging stuff, did it? Main engine, gantries, SRB, separatrons and separation, MECO, booster ignition, okay, that's still good. Possible fairing separation, and then, well, if we're igniting this engine, yeah, we definitely want fairing separation. But we would have booster separation and fairing deployment, and then separately we would wait maybe and deploy or ignite the upper stage engine that hopefully gets us to the moon, if not part of the way or most of the way there. And then as a backup, ultimately, we have the lander's engine to push to the Mun and or retrograde at the Mun to get into orbit. If I didn't click save, I'm going to click it again. Alright. Also, crew, we do not need a full complement. We can remove Bill, we can remove Bob. Only a pilot. Alright, y'all ready for this? The challenges of space travel and taking rich people to space. And bringing them home, you know, safely and whatnot. Wow, look at that thing. That's where we're going, y'all. The Mun. Let's see what this looks like. Thrust to weight ratio is 1.6, so I mean, yeah. You guys ready to go? Anybody want to do a 3, 2, 1 countdown, or are we going to do a full countdown? What should we do here? Ignition and liftoff of the Mun Rescue Rover. Rocket has cleared the tower. Flight looks good, all systems nominal. Passing through 800 meters. 50% of the way through our solid rocket boosters. T-minus 20 seconds to SRB separation. Altitude is 2,400 meters and climbing. Prepare for SRB separation in 4, 3, 2, 1. Engine up. Main engines at full throttle. Alright, reducing throttle until we pass through max Q, where it's approximately 80% throttle. Passing through 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Let's go ahead and go to full throttle. Let's begin leading that inertial indicator. Get set up for that gravity turn, start introducing the horizontal vector to our trajectory here as we are seeking orbit. T-minus 25 seconds to MECO. We'll have main engine cut off in T-minus 15 seconds. (28,000 meters and climbing). Throttling down for main engine cutoff. Main engine cutoff, go for separation, igniting the upper booster. And beginning our gravity turn as well. Currently have an apogee for this trajectory of 66 kilometers, going full throttle on the booster engine. And heading for the horizon, passing through 50,000 meters. All systems nominal. 65,000 meters and climbing. Let's go ahead and keep our nose up. Try and stretch out that apogee ahead of us. Give us a little more time to maneuver here. Let's go ahead and deploy the fairing. Reduce our weight. Let's have some lights, shall we? Alright, I'm going to push this more vertical again because we did not get enough of an apogee here for this spacecraft, for this launch. Basically, we're just going to be pushing radially out to get our trajectory adjusted for orbit. Yeah, I think I might have pushed over horizontal a little too soon. This is engine outputting 300 kilonewtons. We're getting into the atmosphere again. This is bad. Okay. Stage separation. Let's ignite this upper stage. Thrust to weight ratio is not much better here either. Okay. Got a bad feeling about this. Well, might have to revert this launch and try again. We need a much greater time at altitude to get our speed up and terms of the horizontal vector for the orbit. We did not do that this time around. Okay. Reverting to launch. Let's see if we can get this sorted out. Alright, stabilization is on. Fuel checks there, there. And, yeah. It's gonna go. Alright, yeah, stabilization on. Ignition. Sure is kind of slow taking off. You know, I think in lieu of this booster stage, we could do it with the regular staging, but do the heavy lift, which is the 3 SRBs. No, this is the heavy lift. The super heavy lift has the 3 SRBs. That's what I meant to say. Alright, SRB separation in T-5. Throttle up, stage separation. Separation is good. Throttling back down to 75% until we reach max Q. Currently at 8,000 meters. 9,000 meters and climbing. Alright, that looks like max Q. Let's go full throttle. MECO in T-minus 20 seconds. Throttling down for main engine cutoff. Main engine cutoff, stage separation. Prepare for upper booster, ignition, and full throttle. $50,000 meters and climbing. We have an apogee forming at 67 kilometers and climbing. $70 kilometers and climbing. I'm just going to let this naturally progress and fall over on the gravity turn here. We're just going to follow the prograde. 72 kilometers and climbing. 73. Last time we didn't even, we barely got to 70. So this is a nice bonus having the extra height. Alright, passing through 67 kilometers, 68. Let's go ahead and deploy the aerodynamic fairing. We don't need it this high, and it's just additional weight. Turn on some lights. Looking pretty. Fairing deployment is good. I'm gonna hold steady here on this launch angle. Try and get every extra kilometer of height advantage that we can here. Apogee in T-minus 5 seconds. Alright, there it is, 78 kilometers. That was our apogee. There is another engine I could put on here that is more powerful and considerably more expensive, but it also has at least double the output in terms of its thrust. Alright, preparing for stage separation. What does our trajectory look like? Not so fantastic. You know what? I think we need that big engine. Yeah. The skipper. Because with a thrust to rate ratio below 1.0, even at altitude, that's what's preventing us from getting where we need to go. Unfortunately. Go for launch. Well, we could go for lunch, too. Pizza! I had pizza the other night. It was alright. Alright, solid rocket booster separation in T-minus 10 seconds. Throttling up. Stage separation. Separation is good. Throttling down below max Q so we can save our fuel. Little Caesars. Food is food, right? 9,000 meters. There's 10,000. Okay. Throttling up to max throttle. What flavor of Little Caesars did you get? I'm curious. Mine was like a supreme, you know, everything. T-minus 20 seconds to Miko. Sausage, $5 hot and ready. Nice. 10 seconds to main engine cutoff. 5 seconds. Throttling down for Miko. Engine cutoff. Separation. Booster ignition. And full throttle on the main booster. And we're at a thrust to weight ratio of 1.0. Now we're positive on the thrust to weight ratio. Even at full throttle with the larger engine. So this one has an output of 650 kilonewtons. It's more than double the other engine that we had on here. So, oh, and look at that. We have an apogee on this trajectory of 90 kilometers already. Let's go ahead and get horizontal. To increase that horizontal vector, and we're going to head towards the horizon. 100 kilometers on the apogee. Alright, hold steady on the horizon there. Passing through 75,000 meters. Deploy the air fairing. Should have done that a minute ago. Lights on. T-minus 10 seconds on the booster engine. And that's it. Alright, stage separation. Lighting up the orbital engine. T-minus 1 minute to apogee. It's a when you don't want to cook, but it's food even though it's garbage, so you deal with it. I know the feeling, yep. Sometimes that happens. T-minus 35 seconds to apogee. Let's take a look at the tracking station, see what our trajectory looks like. Gotta go, need to catch an airplane? Oh, yeah, definitely. I guess you're coming back from the big ol' hoopla, huh? Man, what it would have been like to have sat at that table and hung out with all those guys. Internet high five, buddy. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Hope to see you again soon. Have a safe flight. We'll see you later. Okay, there's apogee. Somehow we got a little bit squarely off of the our angle there. Our inclination is off by 0.8 degrees. Oof. I think we can fix that. No, leave that on, silly. I want to turn this back to here. Okay, the periapsis, hopefully soon. We're still at 101,000 kilometers, so, or 101,000 meters. And so we should be fine for a little bit. Trying to increase that horizontal acceleration. We need like 2,000 meters per second is what we're ideally shooting for here. We want orbit. And then we gotta head to the Mun. What do we have on this engine? We still have 1600 meters per second of delta V. We need like 900, 800-ish to get to the Mun. So if we can get to orbit, and then whatever is remaining on this engine and fuel tank. Right, inclination's down to 0.3 degrees. That's fine. We got a periapsis forming. We're looking pretty good. Altitude is 88,000 meters and falling, but our periapsis is forming in about 3, 2, 1. There it is. $60,000 meters. We're out of fuel. We are going to do a transfer. We can get more fuel along the way. Oh, there's our periapsis. That's fine. Okay. Oh, there's only a 435 remaining on this stage. Okay, got it. 1307 here. We'll use the big engine to give us the big push. I'm going to split this fuel between these two tanks so that we can figure out... I want to use the big engine to push us to the Mun. We can use the small engine for the retrograde burn once we get there, because we can ditch this engine and fuel tank, reduce our mass considerably, and then that smaller engine will be fine for synchronizing and rendezvousing with the Mun International Space Station. But in terms of fuel, I want to transfer a measured amount back and forth. In the right ratios. Okay, that puts 1,032 delta V on that engine. Fantastic, that's fine. That will get us to the Mun. Trajectory stuff. Let's go to the... There is our target. Maneuver node roughly here. Bam. Periapsis at 1 million. That's 828 meters per second of delta V, which is fine. Then we can transfer the rest of the fuel back to the lander. Use the lander engine to burn retrograde once we get to here. Fine. Yeah, that's perfect. We'll use the big engine to do this maneuver to get to the Mun. Fantastic. Let's do the time warp again. Oh yes, Nightbot. Thanks for the reminder. We'll do a quick save. Let's take a look at everything here. Electric charge is depleting. We should probably deploy solar panels and antenna. There we go. Promotional screenshots showing off our moon vessel, the lander, plus the rescue rover. In flight, preparing to fly to the moon. Or as the Kerbals call it, the Mun. The Mun. ignition on the main engine. That engine's at 100%. Let's check in with the tracking station. Looking good there. T-minus 30 seconds to engine shutdown. "20 seconds. T-minus 5 seconds to shut down. 3, 2, 1. Engine off. Alright, let's check in with the tracking station, verify our trajectory. Looks good, 890,000 meters, periapsis. And we're going to time warp to there. Okay, so at this point, what I want to do, let's go radial out. Let's transfer all of that remaining fuel into the lander fuel tank. And we're going to go ahead and stage this separation on here. Good separation on the booster. 1155 meters per second of delta V remaining on the lander. That's plenty to get us to the space station. I'm going to use RCS to maneuver us out of position with that rocket and tank, and then prep for retrograde. Making sure to turn and keep our solar panels in some good light. Let's take a look at this now. Warping the last few seconds to the gravity capture by the Mun. There we go. Alright, set up our maneuver at periapsis for retrograde. Go ahead and form our orbit here. Mun International Space Station. We'll set that as the target. Our inclination is off a few degrees. It's fine, we can fix that. Watching the periapsis over here drop to 300,000 so that it's the same as the space station. That's pretty good. We're going to set up another maneuver node here to adjust for inclination. That is a descending node, so we need to push on the normal. I.e. pointy end up, flamey end down. That looks pretty good there. Alright, let's get to the first maneuver. Prepare for our retrograde burn. And make sure we have clearance off of that fuel tank, yeah, 2.7 kilometers. Alright, 273 meters per second, a delta V. We have 1155 remaining on the engine and fuel tank. Ignition. Oh, we should probably activate the engine. Oh, there it is. I was looking for the brackets for the fuel tank and the engine. There it goes, right over the top of us. This is why you gotta push away with RCS to give yourself some clearance, because we would have run right smack back into that. Probably, highly likely, on our way down to the lower orbit for rendezvous with the space station. And that looks like Minmus over there. It's going to be just to the left of the brackets, right about now on your screen. Okay, engine shut down in T-minus 3 seconds. 2, 1, shut down. Alright, let's do a minor burn to get us closer on the periapsis to 300. That's probably good right there. I'm going to thrust limit this engine for further maneuvers. We'll put it at 50%. Okay, up next is the inclination burn. That way we are on the same orbital inclination as the Mun International Space Station. What job do you work as? Well, I have a varied and extensive background in technical things. Currently my job involves playing video games. Start burn in. Okay. I also just opened up an Amazon store with a business partner. It's been a struggle. Crazy stuff going on this week. I haven't slept very well. One of the other stores for this item on Amazon filed a counterfeit complaint against us, even though we have a direct relationship with the brand and the manufacturer. So they're trying to stop us from selling because they want all the sales. So they complain to Amazon. So we have to prove our case, showing the invoice, showing our certificate of authorization, like we are a licensed franchisee of this brand and of this manufacturer. In the meantime, I have lost a week of sales. It's a lot of money. And I am sweating bullets pretty much every day. I was working on it right up until the minute that I went live on my stream today. Like, even this weekend, I'm going to be working on it all weekend. Like, all of the appeals process, the policy stuff. Alright, engine ignition for the inclination burn. Lots of technical stuff. In the past, I've been a sales manager for a number of retail stores. Alright, shut down the engine. I've been a sales manager, I've been a salesman, if you will. I worked for Sony for almost 7 years as a sales manager. I have a background as a web designer, web developer. One of my degrees is in electronics. My other degree, German language and literature. Pepe hands. So yeah. How about for you? You know, speaking of shotguns, I haven't been trap shooting in a while. Sure would be nice to go out and do that again. I've always had fun doing that. Hitting those clay pigeons. Alright, the Mun International Space Station. That's our destination for now. We need to top off the fuel tanks for our rescue rover. Hey there, Gucci Daddy! What's up? And then once the rescue rover and the lander, the new lander, are refueled, we're going to lower our orbit to a pretty low orbit, and then that way we can separate the new lander from the rescue rover, and then we'll land the rescue rover as close as we can to our stranded Kerbals, who broke their engine because they landed a little bit too hard. We have 3 Kerbals to rescue, the pilot and 2 rich Kerbals who paid for this adventure, right? And then we're going to land the new lander as closely as possible to this broken one, and then we're going to drive the rover after we've collected and sucked everybody out of the broken lander, and then we're going to drive over to the new lander, which we're going to land properly this time, put everybody in there, launch with the new lander, bring them back to the space station, and continue as though nothing happened. But something did happen, and this is a totally divergent, extra expense having to go and rescue these crazy Kerbals. How about you? What's up? What's up? Alright, let's set up a maneuver here. We are going to burn retrograde because we want synchronization. We want to meet up with the space station, y'all. You like my shirt? Twitch, baby. I bought a shirt for every day of the week last year because I used to stream like every day. So yeah, I spent like $100 and something on Amazon buying a bunch of Twitch shirts. So that way I would have a nice, clean, fresh shirt every day that said Twitch. And that way I could wear it on stream all the time, and I could wear it out in public. I got a lot of people like ask me, "Oh, are you a Twitch streamer?" Yeah, I'm a Twitch affiliate, in fact. Pretty good stuff. A few of them still pop in from time to time. I'm clicking this button like mad over here. This button. But we're pretty much there. What does that intersect look like? 3.1 kilometers, 14.3 meters per second at delta V. Let's see if we can refine that a little bit more. Okay, I think that's as close as we're gonna get. 2.9 kilometers, closest approach, 14.3 meters per second of delta V. Oh, bam. Okay. And now I know why I was clicking the button so much. I had the scale of the increments very low. I should have noticed that and reset it. Oh well. Alright, let's do the time warp again. Get to that maneuver node. Man, there's a lot going on this screen, isn't there? Let's hide some of these guys. Oh, so much better. Clean up that screen, y'all. We got satellites all over the place here. Probably gonna be retrograde. Yep, let's set up for that. Nightbot said sit down, so I probably ought to sit down. Ugh. Also, quick save. Alright. Start burn in T-minus 20 seconds. How's electrical looking? It's holding steady, it looks like. Yeah, we got a good solar panel there. Okay. Three, two, one, ignition. So this is going to get us synchronized. Yeah, at 400, so at a harmonic of the current orbit, so that we can synchronize and meet up pretty closely here. Alright, well, we need to make a slight adjustment. Let's use RCS for this. Push it on reverse. Way too complicated. It just takes time to learn. There's some basic concepts to pick up. Retrograde, prograde. Periapsis is the bottom of your orbit. Apoapsis is the apogee, the top of the orbit. The apogee is like when you take a ball or a rock and you throw it in the air and it goes up. And then the point at which it reaches its highest point, and then it stops going up, like looks like it's floating, that's the apogee, and then it comes back down. We never see perigee on the planet because, well, it's in the planet. But if you get up high enough and throw, in this case, a rocket, periapsis forms on the other side. So that's the lowest point of the orbit. It's also the fastest. So the apogee being the slowest because it stops and comes back down. Perigee is the fastest because it's the point at the bottom where you're going swinging around. So things like that. The nav ball here is certainly more important for a lot of maneuvers and understanding your position in space and how to burn and which direction to point, up, down, left, right, radio in, radio out, all that stuff, retrograde and prograde, which is forwards or backwards depending on your orientation. That takes more time to learn. It takes practice for sure. It helps that I have real-world flight experience, flying real airplanes. I was taking flying lessons for a little while. I ran out of money because I was in college. I had to pay for college, not flight school. Oh well. One of these days I'll finish that up. I gotta save some money. It's kind of expensive now. Okay, we are on our final approach to the space station. Let's go ahead and get that dialed in. Okay, stabilization. Make sure that the nav ball is on target. Retrograde to the target, because we want to slow down on our approach. Now, I've been out of college for a while. I went out in the world, did some sales, became a sales manager for several companies, including Sony. I worked for Sony for almost 7 years as a sales manager. And I've done web design. I did it part-time, like on the side, the entire time. Like as soon as I got out of college, I started doing web design part-time. I've built every single one of my desktops. I have a degree in electronics, so that helped. And then my other degree in language and literature, German language and literature. And then just odd jobs here and there along the way. Mostly sales, quite a bit of management. And now, just opened up an Amazon store with a business partner, and we're going through some challenges trying to get that open. Hopefully I'll be able to share more of that next week once everything gets done. There are some challenges with a competitor store on Amazon which they should not have done. Like what they did was illegal according to like what is supposed to happen. multiple stores are allowed to sell a product, right? So if you look for Nike shoes, for example, you can see there are multiple stores, multiple sellers that are selling Nike shoes. No single one store or seller can like hog the market, because in Amazon's view, they want to take care of the customer. The customer is more important than the sellers are, than the stores, because they want to take care of the customers. And so these guys filed a false report against us. Like, this may end up going to legal because they filed a false report. We're trying to get them to retract it so that we don't have to go to court. We don't have to do anything legal. We're trying to be nice. Like, hey guys, you made a mistake. Here's the Amazon policy. Here it is spelled out. Here's the link showing the Amazon policy. Please retract your complaint. And then everybody can get back to business again. So, yeah. Trying to get up a billboard. Set up a billboard or like physically climb a billboard? Because I know that some people work on billboards, right? Like somebody has to paint them up there or set up the lights or whatever, maintain those. Help me throughout college. Okay, nice. What are you going through college for? What are you studying? Okay, we still have 7 minutes till we get there, so I'm going to fast forward a bit. What kind of billboard? Details. Come on. We gotta know the details. Build one and advertise on it. Okay, so you're trying to set one up. It sounds like. So you'll have the billboard, and then people will come to you for advertising, and they'll pay you to put their signage on your billboard, right? That's how I imagine it would go. Okay, we're pretty much at our closest approach, 2.8 kilometers. Let's go ahead and burn for 0 on the nav ball. We want to get that target velocity to 0. Or if you do your own advertising on your own billboard, what products, what services will you be advertising? Alright, that's close enough to 0. And then let's yaw to the right so we can point at the target. Target indicator showing up on the nav ball here. That lavender looking color indicator. Circle with a dot in the middle, that's our target. So you want to point our nose, that little V shape, full throttle and head towards the target. 4 meters per second is fine, we're still 3 kilometers out. So that's a good rate to get there. Electrical seems alright. It's a 4x8, so it's pretty small, but it'd make a decent dollar. According to the dude I'm talking to, he says if you put it in the right spot, you can make up to $1,500 a week. Oh, nice. Yeah. And that's the critical thing, isn't it? Finding that right spot. That's how franchises work with like McDonald's and all the fast food stores. They're franchisees. And the thing that really drove home when you do the market study and when you learn about how franchises were originally set up, particularly at McDonald's, you find out that they weren't in the hamburger business at all. Nope. They were in the real estate business. The location was critical to all of their success. Without the location being in the right spot for traffic, for people moving about and to see them, the visibility, they wouldn't have sold a burger no matter how good it was. Visibility, having the right location was critical. So when it comes to franchises like McDonald's and Burger King and stuff like that, that's the thing that they're looking for is, do you have the right location? That market study, that market information right there is critical to success. Without the right location, it doesn't matter how good your hamburgers are. You're not going to make any money. You're going to go out of business. You got to make sure people see you and can get to you easily. Easy access. So yeah, definitely you have to get your due diligence done on your location, making sure the traffic, the right kind of traffic, the demographics for the market of who you expect to be either walking by or driving by. Because if you're advertising to the wrong people, the wrong product, then you're wasting your money. They're going to look at your billboard and just ignore it and keep going, right? you want your billboard to be in an effective market, an effective target audience to actually do good work and bring home the bacon. All right, this is taking a long time, so I'm gonna fast forward a little bit. I want to advertise to you. Yep. Man, this is showing this orbit. Yeah, that's 11 minutes out to get to that. Closest approach is 448 meters. Alright, let's drop to real time here. It's kind of weird that it has such a... Huh, okay. I guess that's what it is, though. Let's get retrograde for the next adjustment. Just setting up our maneuver. Refining our approach. Okay, 3 minutes and 50 seconds to get to 448 meters. We're going to be there a lot sooner than that, y'all. Huh, we just passed what is apparently intersect 1, the closest approach. I'm going to do a little fast forward here and see how close we actually get. That's 350. Electrical, where's our solar panels? I want to make sure we keep that lined up. I'm guessing our closest approach is going to be around 300 meters, so let's go ahead and burn retrograde here. Get rid of that 3 meters per second of delta V. Okay, and then turn towards the target, pitching up. Looks like we might need to do a bit of a left yaw as well. Okay, that looks good there. Throttle up towards target. Let's do 2 meters per second since we're 300 meters out. Not in college yet, still in high school. Oh, okay. You beat up billboard. And by bought, I mean got. Student at my church needed to get rid of it. You could refurbish it and put it up somewhere. Well, that's good. Are you doing odd jobs in the meantime? I mean, obviously it's going to cost you something to refurbish the sign, right? And lunch money, whatever, right? Let's adjust that inertial indicator, line it up with the target, 200 meters out. So this is going to be an interesting capture because our docking port currently, it's on this robotic arm that we're going to use for the rescue, but we're going to use it here at the station to dock and transfer fuel. Okay, Nightbot, yes, let's quick save. Good idea. Alright, 185 meters out. So it's like a reverse capture, a reverse berthing. Because like on the International Space Station, for example, they use the Canada arm. That's a robotic arm that reaches out and grabs the incoming Soyuz or Dragon or Progress, space capsule. In this case, the arm is on the spaceship, and it'll be reaching out to grab the space station. So it's going to be like a reverse berthing. Let's use this docking port here. So it'll be an interesting capture. I've never done anything like this in the years of my history with Kerbal Space Program. This is going to be kind of wild. Alright, let's slow down to 1 meter per second. We're less than 100 meters out. I'm going to start translating to the right. On our approach. Okay, 75 meters in closing. Also, I'm going to go ahead and Set that as 0. Set this as 0. Set this as 0. Or close to it. Look at that long arm with a dock on the end of it. Is that how the caption spelled it? That's hilarious. Alright, we are slowing down. We're going to have to turn... How do we want to do this? Got to pitch our nose down. Alright, let's hold steady there for a second as we translate. I'm going to roll so that I have an idea of orientation. Up, down, left, right. Okay, let's yaw to the left. Get ourselves set up at least a little bit here this way. Lock that in, roll a little bit to the clockwise. Hold her steady there. Oh, let's get into docking mode, RCS disable. Let's use micro thrusters. Alright, let's aim the camera here so we can see this angle. Okay, RCS off. We need to pitch down. Alright, let's hold that steady there. And translate up. So right now, where we are is the nose. If you look at the nav ball here, the target is here, and we're sliding past it in order to get lined up. So these two, so the nose here and then the inertial indicator should converge, but that means we might need to adjust the inertial indicator with thrusters. I also need to point the nose a certain way in order to get this alignment. And then we're going to need to adjust the inertial indicator again. Alright, let's back off because we are getting a little bit too... we need to pitch down a little bit more. Maybe not that much. Mess up and crash, like into the space station? Well, then parts will break. Things will go horribly awry, and there might be explosions. Boom! Although explosions in space are, you know, not quite the same as they are on the ground. But, you know, the rates that we've got here, 0.1 meters per second, it's not like there's going to be any big, nasty stuff going on. If we were going 5 or 10 meters per second, yeah, that would be a problem. Alright, they are touching. They just need to slide up a little bit. Like that. And then lock together. Fantastic. It kind of helps that I just stuck the arm out straight It's basically just a really long, jangly spaceship at this point. But yeah, that helped a lot. Alright, let's add a little bit of stabilization. Okay, now we need to prep these guys to descend to the moon. Okay, so... Okay, fuel tank. Do I have another... Alright, primary fuel tank. This fuel tank. This fuel tank. Alright, let's put fuel in, so that the lander has a full tank of gas and O2. The gas isn't going to burn unless it can oxidize, right? So it needs O2. Okay, up next is the rescue rover. We need to put fuel in there. There should be one more tank, right? Yep. That might not be enough. That's not enough fuel. Well, I don't know. Yeah, that's probably not enough fuel. I have to get off. Long day tomorrow. Okay. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Appreciate the chat. Feel free to stop by anytime. I stream Wednesday through Sunday, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. Every weekend is Space, 9 o'clock Mountain Time for Kerbal Space Program on Saturday and Sunday. Alright, how are we doing? Fuel there. That fuel looks healthy. Yeah, let's borrow from the Puddle Jumper 1. And good luck with the billboard, the advertising. That should be a good venture for you. Okay, so now on the Puddle Jumper 1, that's there, that's there. That's plenty of fuel to get home and do all the things. Okay, we've got our pilot on the lander, the new lander. The rover is, the rescue rover is a robotic device, so that's kind of, you know, it's as good as it's going to be there. How are we doing on monoprop? Let's do a transfer of monopropellant over to the new lander. Okay. How come the lander is so low on electric charge? There's a whole bunch on the space station. Not sure why that's doing that. Okay, lander, topped off on the electric charge. Okay, you guys are good to go. We're gonna send you on down. Go ahead and undock from the space station. Reaction control system, stabilization. Let's back off. Reverse thrust, and we'll dip down underneath the space station. Alright, looking good there. Turn the lights off, turn the lights on. Okay, everything looks good. Oh, that's what we didn't do. We didn't put any lights on the rescue rover other than the headlights. It might be kind of hard to see in the dark. Alright, we've got that all retracted, stowed for landing and everything. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to be retrograde on this bad boy. Let's take a look at trajectories, landing. Oh boy. We might want to wait a bit until these guys get out into the daylight. So let's take an orbit, see what that looks like in 2.5 hours. Doing the time warp again. Because I'm not excited about landing in the dark and driving in the dark and doing everything in the dark, because our batteries will go dead. And, you know, sure would be nice if we had our solar panels lined up properly. Because look, our batteries are dead. Fortunately, I maneuvered and got everything turned over prior to the batteries going dead, so that when we do come around, the batteries will charge. Alright, lights back on, batteries are charging off of the solar panels, everything is good. You always gotta watch it with these Kerbals, they just don't seem to know what's best for them. For themselves, I guess I should say. They might pull off the most efficient maneuver, however, they don't take into consideration that they need their solar panels exposed to good sunlight. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to reduce our altitude with the lander. That way the rescue rover does not require as much delta V to land. So we're pulling off some of that energy using the lander. Um, 20,000 meters probably ought to be good. It's only 78 meters per second of delta V on that there. Alright, let's do the time warp again. We do want to be retrograde. Let's check our solar panels. Moderate. Let's get a little bit better orientation here for that. I don't think this engine has a generator on it, does it? An alternator? Nope. Some of the larger engines for liftoff and so on generate their own electricity, keeping things charged up on the way through the launch period. Okay, T-minus 15 seconds to maneuver. Preparing for retrograde burn. The lander should extend its antenna as well. I don't know why it didn't. Must not have been on the action group or something. Fortunately, we have long-range communications via the rescue rover, but yeah, that's weird. This engine, oh yeah, that's right, we throttled it to 50%. We should probably not do that because that sets up weird expectations and is outside of our normal performance window. Especially when it comes to landing the lander. So, reset the engine to 100%. Three, two, one, engine shutdown. Periapsis, 20,987 meters. Let's just round it out to... That's pretty close to 20,000 meters. Okay, next maneuver. we're going to bring down the apogee of this orbit. $25,000 is probably good. It's a fairly circular orbit. Let's do the time warp again. Electrical. We are in the shadow. But I want to get us right just in case. We can generate some electricity on the other side. Coming out of the shadow. I believe that is our target. Nope, that's the research station. Probidobidine Experiment Control Station. These are the ones that we want. Puddle Jumper 2 ship landed? No, that should be Puddle Jump. That should be Munlander. Well, I don't know why it's Puddle Jumper 2 ship. Alright, maneuver in 3, 2, 1, ignition. Unscheduled rescue mission for rich Kerbals stuck on the surface of the Mun. Using a new rescue rover, tested on the surface of Kerbin, not yet tested on the surface of the Mun. Engine shutdown in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Shutdown. Alright, apogee, let's round that out a little bit more. Throttle here, get it to 25. Like we intended. Looks good. I'm gonna wait. Let's do one more orbit so that we can make sure that the lander is in the sun. I do not want to land there in the dark. It's just gonna be too much brain damage, you know? Too much trouble. Let's switch to the lander really quick, because A, I want to change its status, and B, I want to see what the lighting conditions are. Which so far it looks really black and dark. Oh, yes, and even now here. Yeah, this looks quite dark. Why are they bouncing around? What's going on, y'all? Okay, rename vessel. It's a lander. I don't understand why it's jiggly. Very strange. Anyways, I know y'all are feeling kind of scared and lonely and it's dark and whatnot. You've been sitting here for a couple of days. 3 days, it looks like. 4 hours and 44 minutes. But help is coming. Help is on its way. Yes, indeed. This is our pilot's view in the pilot's chair. There's a rich Kerbal. There's a rich Kerbal. Yeah. I didn't realize it was all female crew. Awesome. Nice. Okay. Let's switch to the Mun Tourist Rescue. So, still rather dark at the lander. So let's do one more orbit. Getting a signal bounce off the Mun International Space Station. Maintaining high signal quality with space control, space command. I'm thinking we're going to need to do another orbit because it's still not, the moon is not rotating fast enough for us. Oh, you know what else we could do? Because we're attaching the docking port to the other Mun lander, we can suck all the fuel out of there too and transfer it to the new lander so that it has plenty of fuel for, you know, the future. It can take off with a full tank. It also does make me wonder if the rescue rover can actually take off on its own. 16 kilonewtons by 4. Yeah, I mean it's 64 kilonewtons combined thrust. The main engine on the lander is only 60 kilonewtons, and it gets up and launches just fine. So maybe we can launch the rescue rover back up, keep it held in a maintenance orbit, or maybe have it even go back to the space station, dock at the space station. Okay, let's look at the lander again and see what the lighting conditions are for this time of day. I'm gonna go start up some hot water for another cup of tea here. Running a little bit dry. Yep, still dark, and they are still bouncing around for whatever reason. I guess they're just rocking and partying. We should probably rename this vessel as well to Lander. Currently it's rescue. It will change once everything gets handled. There's the science outpost again. More orbits. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch to a different vessel that can warp faster, like the space station can. It's at a higher altitude, so why not? Half of an orbit by the space station is like 1 or 2 orbits of those guys down below. Okay, lighting conditions on the lander should be okay. I don't know. though. Let's take a look. Nope, it's still fairly dark. I mean, there is some horizontal light, but it's still not quite where we would like it to be. Alright, water is boiled for the tea. And let that settle for a moment. Might as well grab some chocolate for a late night treat. Okay. Let's check our lighting conditions again. It's amazing how loud the upstairs neighbors can be at times. Yeah, see, still not quite where I'd like it. Yeah, I guess we can see some features. Once the landing lights come on... Oh. Bugger. Huh. I don't think we put landing lights on the rescue rover. I know we put headlights on it so we could see where we were driving. Fairly certain we did not put any landing lights on it though. Again, that's why we want and prefer a daytime landing. Yeah, no landing lights on the rover. There are landing lights on the lander. Alright. Just one more. Oh, they're actually bouncing a signal off of each other now. To get around. Nice. And they are drifting ever closer. You can see this line scanning across the horizon of the Mun there as it rotates on orbit. Okay, so now we're going to do our stage separation event between the lander and the rescue rover. And then we'll set up a descent trajectory for the rescue rover. Okay, guys. Verify the fuel tank, 100%. Fuel tank is a little bit, it's like, what is that, 80%? Because we had to do the retrograde burns down to orbit, to this lower orbit. Monoprop is 95%, looks good. Okay. All systems nominal, go for separation. Decouple now. decouple node to get rid of that ring. Okay, stabilization is on, RCS. Let's push off here to the side so that we don't run into anything with the rover or the lander. Okay. This guy does not have any RCS whatsoever. Only has headlights. And we need to set up a deorbit burn. Looks like there's an ascending and descending node of 2.7 degrees, so let's add a maneuver here to rectify that situation. We have signal. Oops, wrong way. This will make descent much easier. Lock in, burning on the normal. Turn your lights off just to reduce your electrical output, electrical usage. You're a robot, you don't really need lights right now. T-minus 20 seconds to maneuver. Setting up our inclination in line with the crashed lander. Who needs rescuing? 3, 2, 1, ignition. Is the engine not live? Now it is! Okay, let's check in with the tracking station. Descending node 0.1. Can I burn more or less? We need to go less. We need to burn opposite now. We need to burn on the anti-normal. Wheeling a little bit beyond our inclination. Since we don't have RCS, we have to turn the whole spacecraft around. There's only engines pointing one direction, so... That's what you gotta do. Lock in the anti-normal. Alright, that's what it's gonna be. We're just gonna have to live with that. Let's add a maneuver here for descent. It's going to be a pretty hefty burn. I think what we'll do is we'll burn 200 meters per second retrograde, which will get us pretty much over the target, and then we'll burn horizontally here. Much more significantly. But I just want to be able to do the math and know in my head like what it's going to work out to be as we begin our descent and approach. 200 meters per second for the first burn. Rescue rover has 1500 meters per second of delta V. That's fine. So after this first maneuver burn, retrograde for deorbit, we'll have 1300 meters per second of delta V remaining. Another burn, let's overestimate, say another 200 meters per second. That leaves us with 1100 meters per second of delta V to land from an altitude of roughly 20,000 meters. Oh, we got this. We're totally fine. In fact, at that point, we're probably going to be somewhere on the order of 10,000 meters of altitude, maybe 12,000. Yeah, roughly around 12,000 meters of altitude for the second maneuver. Rescue rover. Electrics looks good. Still at 90% on battery charge. Let's double check the vehicle. Make sure we've got good exposure on the solar panels. Looks pretty good there. Battery's charging up just fine, it looks like. Good signal strength, 100%. Both to the Mun Tourist Lander 1 and Kerbin. Kerbal Space Center. Though I don't see the planet anywhere. I guess the bounce off of the lander is helping provide that extra, yeah. Over the horizon peak. Oh, and there's additional signal bounce off the Mun International Space Station, and probably one of the relays. Yeah. The Maxo-Polar relay is getting signal bounce there as well. We have so many satellites in orbit around the Mun. It's nuts. Little crazy, but it's okay. Alright, first bounce. First hop. Well, let's do second hop too. We were supposed to burn. I was out looking at radio signals. Silly me. Those are some noisy, flipping engines, not gonna lie. Alright, next burn, 267 meters per second of delta V. Okay, so that was a little bit low on the estimate, but we still have 1300 meters per second of delta V remaining. Wow, I guess so the fuel reduction combined with the weight didn't necessarily use as much as we thought we were going to use. Okay. This is going to put us really close, I hope, to our vehicle. Watching the nav ball because we have a slight adjustment. We have some weight issues going on with that offset inertia on the robot arm. Looks good there. Let's go ahead and set up for retrograde. Also, we're going to change this to surface, not target, not orbit. The thing we're worried about running into now is the surface. We have 1,078 meters per second of delta V remaining on this engine. 16,000 meters to go according to the radar altimeter. We are retrograde for descent. Target is on our trajectory. Flight path looks good. I'm gonna throttle up and maintain our descent velocity. Let's try it. Let's bring it down to 100 meters per second just so we have a nice round number there. We know how that operates. 100 meters per second, right? In case you're wondering, thrust to weight ratio at this throttle output is 1.12. So we have room to grow. Where is up? That direction, okay. I'm actually going to roll the spacecraft so I know which way I am pointing. Oh, that's always a good reminder. The crew hatch there. Okay, now I know front, back, up, down, left, right. I am prepared for landing. Throttling off. We're just going to fall for a little ways. Let's check and see. Oh, we are not doing what we want here. I need to extend our orbit, our trajectory. Do not want to land in that crater. Okay, that's fine. We should be able to land pretty good here. Meters. Throttling up on our retrograde burn. Alright, 1,500 meters. $1,000 Okay, we're not in the crater. All is well. 2 kilometers to our target, however. We're gonna hop on over there. Make sure that our trajectory looks all right. This will save us a bit of drive time. We have plenty of fuel and delta V remaining. We'll be okay. Electrics looks good. And we are now descending again. $400. Let's hold it steady at 10 meters per second if we can. As we approach on descent, 290 meters and falling. $110 meters, 100 meters. 50, 40. Engine shutdown, stabilization, brakes on. Oh boy, we're here, right? Lights on, brakes on. Why are we still going downhill? We should be going... Let's go forward, y'all. Alright, we're good. Goal! Let's quick save. Before anything else silly occurs. Alright, the robotic rescue rover. Oh, by the way. Rename vessel. Rover. Rescue rover. Accept. Also, let's turn off all-wheel steering. Okay, looks good. Alright, we have 1.6 kilometers to go. It's just like going from the hangar to the launch pad. We managed to get that close. However, the surface is considerably less accommodating to fast travel. I don't think I want to go any faster than this, just given the amount of bounce that we got going on here. Still have plenty of fuel remaining. Also, seems like we have a fantastic thrust-to-weight ratio, 6.09. Maybe we could easily lift off and launch here from the Mun with this particular vehicle. We can send it up, refuel it, leave it in orbit. If we ever need another rescue, it's already here. Plus, we'll be able to drain all of the fuel out of the crashed lander. Go, go, little robot, go. Trying to get up this hill. I'm holding down the accelerator forward. Might have to do a little bit of traversing in order to zigzag back and forth, get up over this hill. I'm holding down full throttle forward, and we're at 2.4 meters per second. Although we are getting a full charge on the solar panels. Look at that. Nice bright sunlight. Panels at 0.98. We are slowing down. Well, sort of. 2.4, 2.3-ish. I'm at full acceleration on the wheels. Oh, there must be some traction control going on too. Slippage, whatever. I mean, trying to get going on this regolith with these little bitty rover wheels. They certainly were not built for this job. They were built for something smaller, that's for sure. We're down to 2 meters per second. I did let off on the throttle for a couple of seconds, a couple of times. Probably should have held on to it. This wheel almost looks like it's off the surface and not. I guess all of them are. It's just an animation deal. Alright, we're picking up speed, 2.2 meters per second now. 1150 meters and closing. Okay, that's looking good. Update the title to reflect what we're actually doing. Rescuing rich Kerbals. I was hoping to get to Minmus tonight, but apparently not. Also, as warm as I am right now, I'm gonna go turn on the AC. Okay, hopefully you can't hear the AC. I took a little bit too much time doing that and lost momentum. Maybe if we turn and go traverse across the side, we can get some speed going here. Careful, this low moon gravity turning is a precarious maneuver. Also moving along pretty quick now. I didn't just realize we're going nearly 6 meters per second. I mean, it's nice. That'll get us to the target in about a minute and a half, but I need to slow down. If we get there in 2 minutes, that'll be fine, as long as all the wheels are intact, right? That's what's super critical important. Keep the wheels intact. And the rest of the rover. Because when we bring down the new lander to pick everybody up, well, actually, we're going to take all the fuel out of this one, and we have plenty of thrust. We don't need to bring down the new lander. Not this time. We can do it next time. Shakedown cruise, so to speak. Cannot quick save while moving over the surface. Fine. $260 meters in closing. I guess part of why it looks dark is because we're in this dark crater. Like, it looks dark from outer space, too. It's not like any of the other normal regolith on the Mun's surface. Alright. "75 meters in closing." Alright, y'all. Here we are. Put on the brakes. I want to be careful with this approach. We don't want to be knocking over. What is this bouncing madness? The crackening. Alright, we're getting there, almost. Lock the brakes. Drop this down onto... I mean, it's almost there. What are we missing? Boom. Connected. Okay, everybody. Transfer over to the rescue rover. We can transmit that one for 100%. That's fantastic. That one, let's keep. We're gonna have to send out our pilot to grab the rest of that data. Fuel transfer. Which tank is which? This tank, this tank. Wow, this one's full. Compared, well, I mean, it's gonna fill up the tank on the rescue rover. And then some. Look at that. Fantastic. Okay. Rescue rover is full. Go ahead and undock. Oh boy. Oh, we gotta switch vehicles back to the rescue rover. Alright, let's go ahead and lift that up. We're gonna back away slowly. Yes? Maybe? There we go. Let's go ahead and hit the brakes. Retract everything. Alright, we have good rescue. We can look into the crew container here and we can see everybody's on board. Fantastic. Where is our pilot? She needs to do an EVA. Lights. Alright, you're gonna hop down over here. You're gonna go get all those samples. We're not leaving good science behind, y'all. Now, let's get a picture of this. Rescue rover, pilot, crashed lander. We gotta get our promotional screenshots for space travel and reassuring our future travelers that all will be handled no matter the catastrophe. No matter what happens. They will always be taken care of. They will get rescued. And recovered. Safely and brought home. Alright, take data, 3, store, okay, fantastic. Oof. Alright, well, there's that. Alright, and board. Fantastic. Okay, so we have a full rescue rover. Full tank of gas, 1,586 meters per second at delta V. We only need 500 to get to orbit. So we'll do that, and then we'll dock with the new lander. Transfer everybody over. Send them back up to the space station. Yeah. Alright, stabilization is on. Which way is 90? Okay. Lift off in 3, 2, 1, ignition. Let's turn. Head towards the eastern horizon. Roll program. We're not even at full throttle. We're at like 60% throttle. For some reason, I can't pull out... Oh, there we go. That was weird. Full throttle on the engines. Go for the horizon. So, the Munlander is orbiting on a 20 by 25 semicircular orbit. We just need to get this vehicle to orbit, and then match. Okay, why is that? We don't want to go to 40. But there it is, we've done it. We're going to 40, so. Intersect currently is far. However, it looks like it might be beneficial that we did go to 40 and that we have the larger orbit for the lander to catch up to us. Need to burn on the normal, which is the opposite direction that I turned. Go figure. Oh well, we'll get there eventually. It's a little bit late to be doing this burn, but it's not terrible. Yeah, and we overshot it because of inertia. I need to sit down again. Alright, so now if we're going to adjust, we do want to be on the anti-normal to adjust our inclination at this next maneuver. Electrics looks good. Alright, let's go ahead and point towards the maneuver. "40 seconds to maneuver." "10 seconds." 3, 2, 1, ignition. Oh my. Maybe not that much thrust. Okay. Looks good. We have a distance of 393 kilometers. Let's close that orbit and see what it drops down to. How much are they catching up to us? It increased to 395? Why? Oh, secondary intersect, 329. 64 kilometers. 329 divided by 64. It's going to take 9.8 orbits. Yeah, not really interested in that. That's way too long. What can we do to reduce that? Let's go prograde. Get a harmonic on that. There we go. Much better. 6.3 kilometers, 47.7 meters per second. Delta V. Alright, let's whittle that down. Closest approach, 600 meters. Delta V of 54 meters per second. Okay. If we burn on that maneuver there, prograde. So, 25,000 there, 120 there. Electrics, we need to initiate a roll program, get our solar panels right with the horizon. Maneuver in T-minus 10 seconds. Ignition. Oh, went a little bit too far that way, so we gotta burn back. Retrograde. Okay, looks good there. 700 meters. 52.3 meters per second. Delta V. Okay, the engines are off. Why is our Delta V goes up and down? Alright, as long as it's stable-ish. I mean, the fuel's not changing. So weird. Okay. No, we didn't want to add a maneuver. I wanted to warp there. Alright, so closest approach was 700 meters. Why did time warp cancel? Okay, cycle that, target is there. Let's get retrograde to target. 746 meters, closest approach. Arrival in 3 minutes, 15 seconds. I can't see any lights on this silly thing. There we go. That helps marginally. Okay, we're getting there. Almost to the space ship, the lander. The Mun lander is the current target from the rescue rover. And it's flipping dark, so I can't see anything. Alright, we're double the distance, coming up on 1 kilometer. Running retrograde to target, slowing our approach. Alright, let's turn towards the target. Heading towards the target. 4 meters per second. Let's get retrograde again. Coming up on target, 87 meters is close to approach, 86 meters. T-minus 50 seconds. Are the lights off on this thing again? I just can't tell. Nope, they're on. "30 seconds. Coming up on 200 meters. 100 meters. Just slowing our approach. Oops. Oh no. Let's get turned around. Actually, I should switch to the other vehicle because it has reaction control system. It would be much better and accurate for docking. Alright, on approach, 1 meter per second. Approach looks good. What's the fuel look like on this guy? Probably just shy of 50%. Looks like around 45%. I think what we'll do, we have plenty of fuel in here to get to the space station. We'll top off the tank on the rescue rover. We'll leave it in orbit. It'll be ready to go for the next mission. Fueled up and ready to rock. Alright, we're docked. Fantastic. Transfer everybody over. Zeldis is going on the command module. Fuel tank. Oh, we need to get that science as well. For science! I mean, and capitalism. Whatever. Only way to get the science, we can't just transfer it. Take data. Fantastic. Okay, where is... It's up there, isn't it? The crew hatch. Grab, hold, and board. Fantastic. Okay, now. Rescue rover, fuel tank is full. Lander, pretty good. It'll easily get to the space station. We're gonna go ahead and undock. Stabilization is on. Crash control system. Back away from the rescue rover. Translate up out of the path of that orbit. RCS is off. Let's turn prograde to orbit. We're heading to the space station. Everybody's on board. Crew, 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 crew. Yep, all good. Fantastic. Rescue mission accomplished. Okay, so now Mun International Space Station is our target. .301, so we need to push about that much. That'll get us there. Fantastic. And then we'll have an inclination burn. We'll need to adjust 0.0. Never mind. No inclination burn. That's right, because we never moved the lander, like, out of orbit. All we did was adjust the rescue rover. Okay, so keep your eye on the ball. Down there in that corner. 30 seconds to maneuver. I'm going to speed that up because I don't want to wait 30 seconds. Alright, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Three, 2, 1, shut down engine. Went a little bit high, 308. There. Use the RCS to bring that back down. I want it to match so we can get our circularization done correctly. Alright, add maneuver here. Wait, hold up. What does our intersect look like? Let's hold off on creating the maneuver for a second. I want to see how far everything is when we get around here on orbit. We're going to be very nearly opposed in terms of our locations, our positions on orbit. We might need to take an orbit in order to catch the space station. Let's do the time warp again. Let's see where we are at periapsis. Okay, so now if we make an orbit maneuver, that should bring us right in line there. We have a secondary intersect forming. Closest approach, we can get 900 meters at 16.8 meters per second. Fantastic. All we gotta do is burn prograde 60.6 meters per second delta V, which on this engine we've got 1100 available. We will be perfectly fine. Three, 2, 1, ignition. Alright, and 5 seconds remaining on the maneuver. 3, 2, 1, 0, engine shutdown. Alright, we're going to do a slight adjustment with the reaction control system. Well then, I can get us closest approach is 200 meters, 16.9 meters per second. Disabling the RCS. Let's do the time warp again. Switch to our vehicle view. Cycle the stabilization to target, retrograde. There it is. Closest approach, 185 meters, 4 minutes, 48 seconds. I don't plan on waiting that long. Now thrust limit this engine to 25%. Target relative speed is 0.0 currently, so we can go ahead and head to the target. Two meters per second is probably good here. Looking for a dock. There we go, that one looks good. I don't understand this orientation. I can't get the camera to do what I want it to do. Alright, let's reduce our speed, 1 meter per second. Shut down engine for safety. Pitch the nose down. understand this orientation. Like, why? And I can't pull this over to see where we're going. I have no indicators. No target indicator, no inertial indicator. Oh, it looks like we need to pitch our nose up. There we go, there's a target indicator. Docking. Reduce our approach. Let's aim the camera here, see if we can, there we go. Need a yaw to the left. Probably pitch the nose down. Translate this way, up, back off. Stabilization and reaction control system turned off. And we have a raid. Incoming! Go! Just in time for the dock. Right there. What? How's it going, Cirrus? Thomas? Internet high fives, everybody. Welcome. So, we just rescued our Kerbals from the surface of the Mun. Yes. We broke the lander. We broke the engine off. We had to send out a new lander. And here you all are. Like, just in time. We're now back at the Mun International Space Station. I should show you guys how I did this. I mean, sort of. I'll show you the rescue rover that I made. It's wild. It's crazy. It's the first time I've used robotic parts too, because it was like, what do you do? Right? So here's the conundrum. Let me take you down to the surface of the Mun. This lander, which we've used probably 3 or 4 times so far, like, it's a traditional system that I used on my old career mode. Now it's in this career mode. A gerbil Kerbal vacuum! Hopefully better than your Terrascos, yeah. So we landed rough. You may notice the engine's gone. But the landing gear is intact. It's kind of bouncy right now. Everything else is intact. The antenna, the solar panels, like, we landed upright for the most part. We just hit too hard. Busted the engine off. So, pilot and 2 rich Kerbals hanging out, command module, so we had to go rescue them. Now here's the thing. Rescuing tourists, Electro-Llama, is difficult because they cannot EVA. They can't do any extravehicular activity. So, conundrum. If I send a new lander, I can only move the pilot. The pilot is the only one rated to do an EVA, right? But here's the thing. The system that I set up and that I use regularly is I have this system called the Rich Kerbal Launch and Recovery System. We launch that, it goes up to the International Space Station, the Kerbal International Space Station, the KISS. We then do a crew transfer from the RKLRS over to the KISS. Once they're on the KISS, they hang out there depending on their mission. We can transfer them to a puddle jumper. Now, a puddle jumper is a space bus. It goes back and forth to the moon, right? You can see a puddle jumper on the Kerbal International Space Station. Or this is the Mun International Space Station, because we're at the Mun right now. So the MISS has the lander, and here's puddle jumper 1, the space bus. So it's got the cupola as the command module on the front, and then enough to hold 8 rich Kerbals. 2 tanks, primary, secondary. It's got a nice big engine back here that gets us to and from. It's actually big enough, and the fuel payload is enough that I can regularly attach cargo on this docking port. And so the space bus can also bring additional components, like this space station component here We just emptied out the fuel tanks, put it on the front of the puddle jumper, and pushed it to the Mun. Docked it with the space station. So it's like a pickup and a bus. It's like an SUV in space. Alright? But you transfer, so now what we're going to do, all these Kerbals, right, we're going to transfer them. So here's Wilder, here's Zeldus. Which one is... One of these needs more experience. So I need... The 1 star is Zeldus. Okay, so we're going to transfer Zeldus over to the puddle jumper. Right? So Zeldus is there. Now we need to get our rich Kerbals. Transfer crew, Moald, transfer, and then Verpont, transfer. Now we have other rich Kerbals on here already, because some of them didn't have to land. They just had to orbit, or they just had to fly by the Mun. Only 2 of them had a contract to land, right? If we look at this. Orbit by the Moon, fly by the Mun. So we just left them at the space station. We're like, you guys hang out here, drink some champagne, chill, right? 0G. So you just transfer your Kerbals back and forth. So I'm like, okay, I know I can transfer from like hitchhiker storage container to hitchhiker storage container on this. So here's the unbelievable and yet totally logical Kerbal rescue vehicle. It's called the Rescue Rover. And you're gonna laugh when you see this thing. Check this thing out. First time ever using robotic parts. We made an arm, right, with a docking port on the end of it. So we land this dude, right? So these guys, 16 kilonewtons each, times 4, 64 kilonewtons. That's plenty to land, launch. Like right now, if we look at this thing, it has a thrust to weight ratio of 4.2, right? Anyhow, put some headlights on it. I need to put some landing lights on the next one. Well, there shouldn't be a next one, but yeah. So get this. When you land this, you drive it up to the broken lander, and then you just bend the arm. Do. And then, right, and then you turn the hinge over here. Also, whoop, the other way. Do. Like that. If it's not tall enough, you just extend the arm. Do. Right? And then if it's too far away, you just extend this arm and this arm. Boom, and then you just drop it on top of the lander, right? And if you need to, you can adjust like 1 degree on this angle, you can adjust 1 degree on this angle, right? Or actually this way. Also, down here, so if you didn't get lined up perfectly, I put a servo, so if you need to turn it, oof, that's kind of wild, but you can turn it off to, so you can like drive up to the thing, you can drop the arm, and then you can just like turn it, and you can up and down, and you just stick the docking port on top of the lander, and then you suck your Kerbals through the arm and put them in this hitchhiker container. Like, it was nuts, dude, and it worked. Like, I tested it on the surface, on Kerbin. I'm like, okay, like, it works. And then we took it to the moon. I had to drive really slow because the gravity, like, this thing bounces. Like, it just donk, right? All over the place. But I ended up landing 1.6 kilometers from the crashed lander. Guess how far it is from the hangar to the launch pad? It's 1.6 kilometers. It's like I was set up perfectly practicing on Kerbin and just drove over. And yeah, it just sucked them right through. And while I was there, I just took all the fuel. Let's quick save. I just took all the fuel off the broken lander too. Loaded it back on here, right? I'm like, hey, you're not going to use it. Took off, docked with the new lander, the one that is replacing this broken one. And I'm like, well, we'll just leave this in orbit. We borrowed some fuel from that one, so we're leaving this in orbit with 100% fuel. If anything ever happens again, like, we can totally reuse this rescue. Like, it just works. It's absurd, and it's awesome, and it vacuums Kerbals up from the frickin' whatever it is. This is how I launched it, by the way, so I'm going to put it back in launch configuration. So the arm was all bent over and hunkered down like this, so that, you know, it didn't, like, wiggle woggle. And then let's set the servo back at 0. or wherever it was. Yeah, there's 0-ish, right? So this is the configuration, and you can see I put all the batteries on this side to kind of help with inertia and weight distribution, center of mass. But yeah, this thing, it just shrunk like Ant-Man. Yeah. So here's the Kerbal, and it's a robot as well, so I don't have to worry about crew. So it's a robotic rescue rover. Kerbal vacuum just sucks them right through there, along with fuel, whatever. I put on the relay antenna, so that way anything happens, like it can still serve a purpose, even in orbit, just hanging out. It's on call, so to speak, for any future missions that might need it. And yeah, so that's what that's what we did tonight. I was kind of not expecting to, like, you know, have to do that, but there it is. We rescued all our Kerbals. Now I put them back on the bus. We're gonna head back to the KISS. Now some of those contracts, those guys have to go to Minmus as well, so that's a bit of a headache. So they're going to the Mun and they're going to Minmus. I'm like, seriously guys, couldn't you just pick one and then make a different trip and go to the next one, right? So these guys just have to get there and fly by. I still got to do these satellites. These satellites are actually in orbit somewhere, and they just need to be deposited. Let's see, expand the miss. Bunch of Mun and Minmus. The long-term contract for Duna. Okay, so these guys, yeah. So they landed. This guy in particular is my biggest headache. Dude, you got to land on the Mun and land on Minmus? Are you kidding me? Some of these just fly by Minmus. Yeah, so I've got multiple contracts. This one's finally going to get fulfilled because I don't know what he was doing. He got stuck in orbit somewhere. I forgot him. He got left behind. You know. This guy needs to fly by. This one needs to orbit. Yeah, so now we're going to take everybody back to the KISS, put them on a different bus, and go out to Minmus. So I got to sort out the crew manifest there, figure out who's going to Minmus now. I don't think we have a lander. We don't have a lander at Minmus that can accommodate multiple crew members. So, there is a scientific lander that is there, but it only holds one crew member. The Minmus Big Science Lander. Oh, Minmus Station. I did get that set up. Man. I'm out of tea. That's the last bit. Oh, we do have the lander there. Yes. Okay. So the Minmus lander is an identical. It's the same as the Mun lander. And as it turns out, because of the fuel tank and the size and the delta V requirements, I think I can do 3 trips on one full tank. Like down, back, down, back, down, back. So that's pretty hot. I do need to send out a fuel tanker though, because we're empty at the space station. But it's all here, and it's all green because it's around Minmus. That way I can just look at it and be like, oh, Minmus. Minmus lander, Minmus station. Who's our pilot? Good old Jebediah! Actually, Jeb's the only one at the space station at all. Wow. Dude. You're a long way from home, and you're all out there by yourself. Oh, he's on the station right now. Free orbital. Oh, I need to remember that. I was having problems docking when you guys popped in because of the camera. Locked. There we go. Alright, so yeah, Jeb's the only one at Minmus right now, which is fine. Reminder, close the hatch. And don't forget the what? The snacks. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. He's got a nice view of the Milky Way galaxy, though. Look at that. So, yeah, we gotta change buses. We gotta head out to Minmus and drop the kiddies off. So that's what you guys popped in on. What time is it anyhow? Almost 2 a.m. Well, do these guys really need to go back to the KISS? Oh, fuel. I need fuel. So we gotta send the puddle jumper back to get fuel. Is this station? Yeah, these fuel tanks are empty now too. The lander is at about 50%. How's your monoprop? We can refuel monoprop off at this station. We have a good reserve there. Okay, reloading the command module of the lander with monopropellant from the station reserve. The puddle jumper, how's that looking? Oh, it's full. Monoprop is good there. The blue puddle jumper is puddle jumper 1. The green puddle jumper is number 2. So let's go ahead and... Oh, we gotta get the science. Don't let me forget the science. Dude, you missed it. That was at the beginning of the night. Like when we crash landed. We blew up the engine. It completely knocked it out. And then we sent the rescue mission. Okay, where is Zeldus? You gotta go get that science, yo. We have surface samples and EVA reports that Zeldus needs to pick up from the lander. Alright. You're gonna go Iron Man. Iron Woman. Dang, retry. Okay, let's pop on up here. How you doing, buddy? How's things? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Alright, we gotta find a hatch. There we go. Just working. Oh yeah, I know that feeling. Been dealing with some challenges of mine with the new Amazon business. So one of the other sellers complained, made a false accusation that we were selling counterfeit items, so we have to get all our paperwork together showing that we are an authorized distributor for this company. Meanwhile, nobody can buy anything out of my store because of that. Like, the links are locked out. It really sucks. I've missed an entire week of sales so far. Get your legs good for running. Oh yeah, man. How was that going for you? We were talking about that before, right? I've been doing some walking, you know, just getting my back in shape so that I can do stuff again, like anything. A half mile in, it makes it so tight it's not funny. Uh-oh. That sounds like... So is it your T-band, like on the side? Or is it other things, like muscle, actual like muscle tightness? So you might want to look at a couple of things like how's your electrolytes, how's your hydration, are you drinking enough water? But in terms of electrolytes, things like potassium levels, stuff like that. Grab hold. Okay, and hop on board. Mainly on the back. Oh, okay. Bottom part of your calf. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, that's gonna be something that it's a little bit of conditioning, but also the other things that I mentioned. So hydration and your electrolytes. Check and see how you're doing there overall. And then stretching. You'll want to do periodic stretching as you go, just as you start to work up, you know, the muscles in your legs running. There's two different types of stretching. So there's like the static, like hold and stretch, but then there's also like the pump kind of stretching. So it's a I can't remember the exact name of it, but it's a movement type of stretching that you need to do to, you know, facilitate your muscles being able to flex and grow properly when you're working out. I think we're ready to undock. Not on your feet as much anymore. That's probably that I wouldn't be surprised if that was part of it too. I mean, same for me. Like, I have a very sedentary lifestyle now because I'm not walking all the time like I did in my old job. Could run and not hurt as bad? Yeah. I actually have a reminder on here to stand up or sit down, you know, at my desk, depending on what time it is on my stream. Because there were times where I was standing for too long and then my legs were hurting, like what you're describing, like my calves. And then, yeah, sitting too much. And if you're not sitting properly, that can also end up your back, your hips, that whole thing. Okay, so it looks like Wilger is the only one left on the space station. That's fine. Wilger is a pilot. Let's hit the stabilization for just a moment, make sure that's sitting still, and switch over to the puddle jumper. Okay, we have 1400 meters per second of delta V remaining. Let's turn on stabilization, RCS. I'm going to back away. And let's go, let's actually move this direction. Backing off of the space station. But yeah, 10 hours a night is a lot of sitting, that's for sure. You're probably right, that has a lot more to do with it than anything else. Okay, we will need to set up a maneuver node. We're going home. It's probably going to require about 200 meters per second. Well, let's take a look here. What's a periapsis look like? Graphic maneuver editor. Alright, we need to adjust that window. Move that over to the right some more. So are you still streaming Fortnite and stuff? Or are you doing anything else? Apex or other games? Yeah, that's what I've been doing. Like almost every other day I need to get out and not start, but like do the 2 miles a day. I was doing it for a while, and then things with work this week especially, but sort of last week as well, I stopped walking as much. I don't have internet at home. What? Wait, what happened? I missed out on this. Getting fiber in a few more months. Well, that would be quite the turn of events, wouldn't it? Fiber would be frickin' awesome. We want our periapsis. Ooh, nice, dude. That's a big deal right there, getting a house. Heck yeah. Like, internet high fives. That's awesome, man. Congratulations. Around April. That's a good reminder to sit down, too. That's awesome. Where is... Yeah, I moved into a new apartment. My old roommate, you know, she started working from home last year, and then with my back injury this February, I had to start working from home. Well, I didn't work for like almost 2 months. The first month was the worst, because I just couldn't do anything. And then the second month, at least trying to look for something. Okay, so the space station here is at 150. I think that's about as close as I'm gonna get. 153, 151. Play on a hotspot, but it still sucks. Ouch. 70 to 80 ping. Yeah, that's like if I were to play on an NA East server. My ping would be around that. It's like playing across the country, huh? Okay, so this is our return trip, 201.1 meters per second delta V, gets us home approximately at 151,000 meters for the periapsis. Yeah, let's do the time warp again. So work's going good and steady, huh? Keeping you alive and buying a house. Mouse and keyboard. So have you always been... Because I thought you were mouse and keyboard before, and then you swapped to controller, and you're back? Still waiting to get on the road. On the road again. Oh, really? You were always controller. Okay. Gotcha. So how do you feel about the switch up? How do you feel about the change? Because I know a couple of other people who've gone through that change. Still trying to be a cop, man. Good. One of the other streamers that I don't stream Fortnite anymore, but I still play it. But I go and play on her customs. She runs customs, Headshot Chick, and she switched from Xbox to PC, and thus controller to mouse and keyboard. And she says she's never gonna go back. So she did that about 10 months ago, I guess. Nice. Yeah, PC's where it's at. I need a new video card. Like, something fierce. Like, everything else I got upgraded last fall when the big failure happened. Not paying attention to what I'm supposed to be doing here. I missed my window by 30 seconds. We'll see how much that sets us off. We can still do this. We better check and make sure that the engine is on and 100%. 100% activate engine. Full throttle. Prograde on the burn. PC Master Race, right? Everybody's been talking about that for decades now. That's how it's always been. Shut down. No. Well... let's close that off. What's our periapsis reading here? 181. 2080 Ti. Yeah, dude, I gotta save money for that sort of thing. You know, not being able to work for a couple of months really screwed up my entire year in terms of like income, savings. Like, I had no savings. I barely have any savings still at this point. The injury took a lot out of me, and thankfully it wasn't the worst injury, but you know, like the x-rays, I had no broken bones. It's just all soft tissue stuff that's been the issue. I had a bunch of friends help me when I had to move out because I couldn't lift anything heavy, you know. So, 1,500, dang! Alright, we'll see you when we see you. Alright, we're getting ready to pop out of the Mun's gravity well. And then that'll put us on a return trajectory, return orbit back home. Bam! There's our orbit. Periapsis 151,000 meters. Looking good. Okay, now, here's the deal. Kerbal International Space Station is our target. Heading home to the Kiss. Intersect is there. Let's set up a maneuver node at the periapsis. The most efficient point to create a maneuver. That's odd. That intersect did not move around at all when I was dropping that retrograde. Like, what is going on? We have to burn posts after the periapsis to get this intersect to do anything? It's a big burn, 600 meters per second, 626. We have a primary and a secondary. Ooh, look at that. What is the harmonic on it? 437? That's weird. .7, closest approach. What is the inclination? 0.8 degrees. So that's the biggest part of our doodad there. Melting ice in Ani, those glaciers will drop resort seas, by the way. Oh, nice. So it did turn out to be true. Because that's, I mean, I dug them out, right? Those 4 that we found directly above the base. I'm glad that you were able to melt them out as well. How you doing? Welcome back. Just trying to lock down this secondary intersect. Okay, it looks like 8.3 kilometers is closest approach, 193.8 meters per second delta V there, plus the 635 here. Might be one more in the ice. Okay. How many did you find? Because I found 4. The ones directly above the printing pod, right? Alright, hashtag math. 635 plus 1903 is 828 meters per second delta V. We have 1225, so we have a safety buffer of 397 delta V. Get more water if you melt it. Yeah. 4 or 5, maybe 6. Oh, boy. So, you were there when I was finding all the Weezewort growing in the... Let's see, that would be that direction for you, looking at the screen. So, northwest, like north up the pod, and then over that direction. Because there was a whole bunch of Weezewort growing, like not just the seeds, but like the actual plants themselves, right? I don't remember if you were there for that part. Dun, dun, dun. Rhyme is the dead world. You don't find Weezeworts anywhere. Oh, interesting. Okay. Space bus. Why are your lights off? You have full-on solar panels. Oh. Oh. No wonder. You have no power. You've been eclipsed by the moon. Huh. I'm like, why is the spaceship out of power? That's why. Right there. We're in the shadow of the moon. The mun is in the way. We can't generate any power because of this eclipse. So our spacecraft is not necessarily dead in the water. Like, it's on a return trajectory. It just can't see the sun. It's behind the shadow. Okay. Time warp. That'll juice us up quick. Zip, right there. Okay, so let me look at my spacecraft. Let's reset those lights. Lights off. The money is in the way. Yeah. Lights on. There we go. Blue lights. Puddle Jumper 1. Alright, Space Bus on its way home. Or Space SUV, as we kind of determined earlier, because it does carry payloads in addition to rich Kerbals. Okay, so this will be a retrograde maneuver. Heading home to the Kerbal International Space Station. Big burn coming up. We need to verify this engine. 100%, engine is live. Okay, we're good. Maneuver in T-minus 45 seconds. Burn time on maneuver is 36 seconds. "20 seconds to maneuver." See that plane arc for a bit? Nice. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you did that. It's always good to see you. Okay, 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Full throttle. Alright, have a good night. We'll see you next time. 9 o'clock Mountain Time, Wednesday through Sunday. Welcome back, Jensen. We're doing our retrograde burn. We're slowing down our return orbit. We're dropping that apogee of the orbit down. And then we're gonna drop this down into a harmonic so that we can synchronize with the Kerbal International Space Station. And then dock. And engine shutdown. I need to burn a little bit more. Alright, let's check on the intersect. Using the secondary. Alright, rash control system is what we're going to use now, just the micro thrusters to fine-tune the orbit. Separation 8.5. Okay, 8.2 kilometers, closest approach, 194 meters per second is our delta V. Shut down RCS. .154, 437. There's the space station. Alright, let's do the time warp again. Zoom. And coming in on the final turn. Alright, stabilization, we're going to adjust that. We're going to change nav ball to target. Stabilization is on. Retrograde to target. We will need to slow down big time. Let's check on the intersect approach. 8.26 kilometers, closest approach, in 1 minute, 55 seconds. We have 590 meters per second of delta V remaining on this fuel tank. This is a fast approach. We're going to hit the skids hard. So let's verify the engine again. 100%. Engine is live. Okay. So intersect is 8.2 kilometers. Delta V is basically 190 meters per second is what it looks like. I think we're going to need to go full throttle at 12 kilometers distance, maybe 11. Let's do 12 just in case, just to be on the safe side. Currently at 14.5 and falling. .12 kilometers, full throttle burn. Retrograde to the target. Alright, let's drop that off. Closest approach, 7.7 kilometers. 65 meters per second is our delta V currently. 2 minutes to closest approach. So I'm going to fast forward a bit because I don't want to wait 2 minutes. 1 minute, 1.5. Alright, 30 seconds there. Full throttle to bring this target delta V down. 26 is good. Coming up on closest approach. Okay, let's bring that delta V down to 0. I'm going to thrust limit the engine, 25% now. 26, good enough. Let's bring the target delta V to 0, right there. Okay, time to head towards the target, so let's pitch up our nose. Slight yaw to the right. Put our nose right on that target indicator there. Full throttle. Alright. Yeah, quick save is probably a good idea, Nightbot. I'm going to roll counterclockwise. Bring our dorsal side up so that I have an idea of orientation. Up, down, left, and right. Let's see. I can use the reaction control system to translate a little bit to the left. Get us a little bit more on target. Amount of propellant is still at about 80%, so we're good there. Okay, newest close approach is 2.7 kilometers. That's 5 minutes out. You know what, let's turn retrograde and prep for deceleration on this approach. Just fine-tuning the orbit, fine-tuning our circularization. And again, I'm going to speed up time here because I'm not waiting 5 minutes for this to happen. I don't know about you all. It's almost 2 a.m. for me, so I want to get these guys here. Some of them we can send home. The others we can send on the other puddle jumper to Minmus because they have contracts to fly by there. All right, minus 1 minute. Electric is dropping. We've been in the shadow for a while here, haven't we? Let's drop that target velocity to 0. Okay, good enough for government work. Pitch the nose up. Fortunately, this engine has an alternator on it, so when we fire this engine, it generates electricity. Hold steady on that target indicator again. Stabilization is on. Fire the engine. Looks like we need to do a bit of translation off to the side here. Okay, closest approach is now 697 meters. Traveling at 11 meters per second. Prep us for deceleration one more time, get us in a retrograde aspect, and adjust our orientation. So I can look at the nav ball and know which way is up, down, left, and right, but also looking at the spacecraft, knowing which way up, down, left, and right helps tremendously as well. So I can use either one. You can use either the nav ball here to know up and down and left and right, or you can look at the spacecraft. So these crew hatches and this red striping, this is the dorsal side of the spacecraft. Think of the dorsal fin on a dolphin or on a shark. So this is, if you will, it's up. So if we pitch our nose up, the dorsal fin on the dolphin, like you're pitching up or down. And then it also helps me know if I need to turn left or right, if I need to yaw the spacecraft left or right. It's just nice to have both visual references on the nav ball and also on the spacecraft here. Makes life a little bit easier. Okay, 2 minutes there, so let's fast forward again. It's telling us closest approach is 698 meters on the intersect information over there. We got a sunrise. Picture time. We can see the space station over here. That's fantastic. Get those promotional screenshots for the space program. That's how you sell space rides to rich Kerbals. They gotta see pretty pictures, yo. Okay, let's go ahead and decelerate one more time here. Take off that delta V on the nav ball. Drop it to 0.0 if possible. Okay, yaw to the right. Sometimes you can't see the target indicator on the nav ball, so that's why it's nice to have the visual representation on the spacecraft up here as well. That way I know which way I need to turn. Oh, I need to turn off RCS, come on. Throttle up. Okay, 700 meters in closing. How are we doing on monopropellant? We good 75% on monopropellant. Nice shot of the moon there too. Let's get that picture. That'll be fancy. Screen capture there. Yes, yes, looks good. Can we do a crew report? Any science in that? Nope. We've been in this space before, many, many times. Okay, 400 meters. Let's use RCS. Let's go ahead and begin retrograde. deceleration using RCS. .300 meters in closing. I'm going to bring us down to 3 meters per second. .260 meters in closing. Okay, so the docking port that we're going to want is on the other side of the space station. You can see the Rich Kerbal launch and recovery system, and then you can see Puddle Jumper 2 is over there. So I'm going to translate a little bit to the right, a little bit up. Actually, we don't need the up, we just need the right translation. So we're going to slide off to the right side of the space station and turn around so that we can grab that docking port. Let's do another promotional screenshot. We can switch to the space station now and get that promotional screenshot. Can we get the planet in view? Not really. So here's that third docking port that we can snag. That's why I wanted to slide off to the right side of the space station. That way we can come around and we can turn and then drop into the docking port that way. Oops, that's not the button I wanted to hit. This one. Stabilization off. I'm going to turn yaw to the left. That way we can get lined up with this docking port. We're going to select the docking port as our target. Lock in stabilization and use RCS. I'm going to translate to the left. That'll kill off that speed there. Head towards the target. Okay, docking mode. Let's drop down to micro thrusters now. Also, we need to yaw to the left still. Get that docking port lined up. We are moving in kind of hot here. Slow down, baby. Looks good. Go! Look at that. Beautiful symmetry. Okay, Rich Kerbals have docked at the Kerbal International Space Station. Shut down engine for safety. While we're here, let's verify the other engines. Shut down. Shut down. Fantastic. Okay, so here's the deal. Some of y'all, you're going home. Some of the other alls are going to Minmus, the other moon. So we need to look at the crew manifest. What time is it? Oh, it's 2:11. Good grief. Okay, let's do that tomorrow night, guys. Good completion. Docking with the Kerbal International Space Station, bringing home the rescues as well as the regular Rich Kerbals for their you know, end of their journey. They're gonna have to go home now and write a big fat check. Lots of money. Good cashy money. Hope you all join me tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Mountain Time, for some more Kerbal Space Program. No mods, career mode. This time I do hope to actually, yeah, we are going to Minmus. I wanted to go to Minmus tonight, but we had that unscheduled tour extension. Yeah, and then the rescue. But hey, we learned some new stuff about robotics and our capabilities for, yeah, all sorts of new things, rescuing Kerbals and landing and flying and stuff like that. So, I hope to see you again. Thank you everybody tonight for stopping by. Also, I want to thank Cirrus JT for the raid. High five, buddy. It was good to see all of you, and I hope to see you again tomorrow night, 9 o'clock Mountain Time. So long. Oh, yeah, also, should we raid? Question mark? I always forget that. Last minute. At least I still have the stream up this time. Let's go see who's streaming. Who can we raid? Let's see. Commercials. Come on. Really? Okay, let's wait for the ads to stop so I can actually see what's going on with these guys before I send you over on a raid, you know? I have no idea what Schloop is doing, so I guess we're not going there. Let's go raid EJ. Might as well. Normally he does KSP, but it looks like he's doing a little bit of Counter-Strike. Good old Counter-Strike back in the day. I remember playing that game when it first came out. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you later.